There will now be an opportunity for silent prayer or meditation. Please be seated. Honorable members, I wish to announce that the following members who could not be sworn in on the 21st May 2014 were sworn in by judges designated by Chief Justice. Mr. Z.S. Makubele, Ms. H. Mkize, and Ms. N. Twanambi. And that the vacancy which occurred due to Mr. T.T. Mboweni not taking up his seat has been filled by the nomination of Ms. M.P. Mola with effect from 7 May 2014. The vacancy which occurred in the National Assembly owing to the Honorable President ceasing to be a member in terms of Section 87 of the Constitution has been filled by the nomination of Mr. L. Ramatlakane with effect from 22 May 2014. The vacancies which occurred owing to the resignations of Mr. N.G. Kodwa, Mr. M.C. J. van Skalkwyk have been filled with effect from 26 May 2014 by the nomination of Ms. P.E. Adams and Mr. T.Z.M. Khoza, respectively. Lastly, the vacancies which occurred owing to the resignation of Mr. J.S. Ndebele, Mr. M.V. Sisulu, Ms. B.M. Tuli, and Ms. L.M. Kungwana have been filled with effect from 30 May 2014 by the nominations of Mr. L.K.B. Mpumlwana, Ms. T.M.A. Tongwana, Ms. J.D. Killian, and Mr. C. Ngakula, respectively. The members have made and subscribed to the oath and affirmation in the Speaker's office. Honorable members, before we proceed, we wish further to announce that the President has informed the Speaker that he has appointed the Deputy President, Mr. M.C. Ramaphosa, as leader of government business in the National Assembly in terms of Section 914 of the Constitution. I've also been informed by the Democratic Alliance that Mr. M.A. Maimane is the parliamentary leader of the party and therefore leader of opposition in terms of the Constitution. Mr. E.I. Ibrahim has, in terms of Rule 319, been designated Parliamentary Councillor to the President, and Dr. G.W. Kornoff as Parliamentary Councillor to Deputy President with effect from 2 June 2014. Lastly, Mr. P.S. Sizane has been appointed Chief Whip of the Majority Party, and Ms. D.E. Dlakude as Deputy Chief Whip of the Majority Party, and Mr. J.H. Steenhuisen has been appointed Chief Whip of the Opposition. We now come to the first motion on the order paper. I recognize the Chief Whip.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, I move that the House notes that the Secretary to Parliament, Mr. Michael Benjamin Kutsi, passed away after a prolonged illness on Friday, the 13th of June, 2014. Acknowledges that Mr. Kutsi served Parliament with distinction and dedication for almost 20 years. Firstly, as head of Human Resources for Parliament from 1996 to 1998, as Deputy Secretary to Parliament from 2002, and then as Secretary and Accounting Officer of Parliament, a position to which he was appointed in November 2012. Remembers that he was a secretary to the Gauteng legislature from 1998 to 2002, and that he had vast experience of trade union activities and organization. Also remembers that he was an activist in his own right and participated in the struggle preceding the first democratic elections. Further acknowledges that Mr. Kutse was diagnosed with cancer some years ago, but true to his character, continued to attend to his work until the final days of his life, and extends his profound condolences to Mr. Kutse's wife, Bridget, his son, Matthew, his mother, and his family, friends, and colleagues at Parliament. I so move.
Members, I take it that there are no objections to the motion. Okay. The presiding officers associate themselves with the motion, and the condolences of the House will be conveyed to the Kotse family. Honorable members, the House will create an opportunity at a later stage for tributes to the late Secretary of Parliament. The second motion of the order paper. The second motion on the order paper is also in the name of the Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Honorable Speaker, I move that the House, in terms of Rule 14, elects the following members as House chairpersons: Mr. C.T. Frolik, Ms. A.T. Didiza, and Ms. M.G. Uroto. I so move.
Are there any objections to the motion? No objection. Agreed to. Honorable members, I wish to congratulate you on your appointment, and I will in due course make an announcement in the ATC about the specific responsibilities allocated to each House chairperson. The third motion in the order paper. We come to the third motion on the order paper, which is also in the name of the Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, I move that the House, notwithstanding Rule 29, which provides for the sequence of proceedings on every sitting day, there shall be no notices of motion today, 18th of June 2014. I so move.
Are there any objections to the motion? No objections. Agreed to. The fourth motion on the order paper is also in the name of the Chief Whip of the Majority Party. Honorable Chief Whip.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, I move that the House resumes proceedings on the appropriation bill from the stage it reached on the last sitting day of the 6th session of the 4th Parliament, taking into account the provisions of the Money Bills Amendment Procedure and Related Matters Act. I so move.
Okay. Are there any objections to the motion? No objections. Agreed to. We now come to the fifth motion on the order paper. I recognize the Chief Whip.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, I move that the House resumes the proceedings of the Development Bank of Southern Africa's bill from the stage it reached on the last sitting day on the 6th session of the 4th Parliament. I so move.
Any objections to the motion? No objections. Agreed to. The last motion on the order paper is also in the name of the Chief Whip. Chief Whip.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, I move that the House revives the report of the Joint Committee on Ethics and Members' Interests on the Code of Ethical Code and Disclosure of Members' Interests for the Assembly and Permanent Council members from the stage it reached during the 6th session of the 4th Parliament. I so move.
Are there any objections to the motion? No objections. Agreed to. The Secretary will read the order.
Consideration of the first report of the Rules Committee of the National Assembly.
Now recognize the Chief Whip.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, I move that the report be adopted.
Are there any objections? No objections. Agreed to. That concludes the business. The joint sitting to the debate of the President's State of the Nation address will commence in this chamber at 14:30. The House is adjourned.
team together.
You like this backing that you have? You can take all of this to policing. Check your times against it. Okay. You can take it to policing. Then you can do the minutes. Okay, but Cassandra wrote in, just teach Cassandra wrote everything in. Okay, I just need to do papers. Sorry, sorry. I need to kick you out. Yes, sir.
The speaker's notes, can I see them? Because there's a lot of changes that has been happening. It's Malema and where's EFF again? Okay, the name has changed here. It's today, isn't it?
Yes, this is all today, sir.
This is in Tama. Let me be sure. I sent an email, I think it was May, our second speaker. Tama. Oh, I need to say activate.
Why does some of this now say the minister or this or the honorable the leader of the opposition? No, but why does it give the title? Why does it put the person's name? No, but they say the system can't do that.
I mean, they see that, you know. Just see, I need to activate the speakers list.
Andrew, is it resumption that you activate?
Active. No, it's a debate. The resumption is tomorrow.
This is the resumption.
No, no, no.
Run.
Thank you. There will now be an opportunity for silent prayer or meditation. Please be seated. The Secretary will read the first order of the day.
Debate on the President's State of the Nation address.
Honorable members, I have a copy of the President's address delivered at the joint sitting on the 17th of June 2014. The speech has been printed in the minutes of the joint sitting. I also have with me the list of the debate and the times allocated to the members. I would like to call on to our first speaker of the day, the Honorable Minister in the Presidency.
Madam Chairperson of the NCOP, His Excellency President Jacob Zuma, Honorable Deputy President Ramaphosa, honorable members, distinguished guests. We have now entered the second phase of our democratic transition. Our focus during this phase will be on placing our economy on a qualitatively different path that eliminates poverty and substantially reduces unemployment, creates sustainable livelihoods, and reduces inequality. This is the basis of our program of radical socio-economic transformation that the President spoke about last night. The 20-year review comprehensively identified the substantial progress that has been made since 1994, as well as its challenges that still need to be overcome. It showed unequivocally that South Africa is a much better place in which to live than it was in 1994. However, despite the strides made, the challenges still facing our country are immense. Our economy is still too reliant on exporting mineral resources, is still over-concentrated in a relatively few large companies, and is still largely owned and controlled by a racial minority. As indicated by the President, the National Development Plan provides the blueprint for what we need to do to address these challenges and to achieve our socio-economic objectives. We have to address these challenges in a context in which the global economic recovery from the 2008 financial crisis is still tentative and subject to a number of risks, including geopolitical risk, deflation in developed economies, economic performance and ongoing weakness in the banking sector of the Eurozone, and the effects of tapering and quantitative easing in the US. Developing economies are starting to recover, but growth in emerging markets, while relatively better, has slowed. These global conditions present both risks and opportunities for South Africa. The slowing of the Chinese economy in particular poses risk for commodity prices and South Africa's commodity exports. On the other hand, the recovery of developed markets and the growth momentum of the African continent present opportunities for growth in agriculture, manufacturing, and services sectors of our economy. South Africa's relatively low economic growth rate since 2008, coupled with weak export performance, has weakened fiscal balances and resulted in a growing current account imbalance. By 2013, approximately 700 billion rand of foreign savings were required to fund our current account deficit. This dependence on foreign savings exposes our economy to significant financial sector risk and also increases our exposure to external shocks. The 2014 first quarter GDP data from States SA indicates that our economy contracted in annualized terms by minus 0.6% over the previous quarter, partly as a result of the protracted strike in the platinum mining sector. Inflation is also rising, raising the prospect of a tightening of monetary policy with potentially negative consequences for economic recovery, and the recent rating downgrades will probably raise our cost of borrowing. It is therefore in this context that the President announced important measures yesterday to turn this situation around, particularly in the mining sector. And these include a process led by the Deputy President to promote social dialogue around resolving our economic challenges, the implementation of the framework agreement for a sustainable mining industry, which will now be led by our President, and the establishment of an interministerial committee on the revitalization of distressed mining communities, which the President has asked me to lead. Working together with mining companies and organized labor, we need to urgently address the intolerable situation where our mines, which produce so much wealth, are surrounded by human settlements characterized by squalor and poverty. As an urgent first step, government is working with the relevant municipalities to ensure the rule of law, peace and community stability, improved delivery of water and sanitation services, ensure regular removal of refuse, repair roads, and provide improved lighting in informal settlements in all those mining areas. In addition, a range of projects are currently being planned and implemented between government and the mining houses to provide more than 30,000 housing units in the mining towns. For an example, 11 low-cost housing projects are currently planned or underway in the Bujanala Platinum Complex in Northwest to provide more than 10,000 units in the Rustenburg local municipality, Matibeng local municipality, and Moses Kotane local municipality. Our government is also engaging with the mining houses to ensure broader transformation of the mining sector in line with the commitments identified in the mining charter. And as part of this process, a comprehensive study aimed at transforming the migrant labor system is underway. Members, the President also highlighted that ongoing workplace conflict, such as we have experienced in the mining sector, is impacting negatively on our ability to grow the economy. Workplace conflict and poor industrial relations result from inadequate progress in transforming the apartheid workplace, wage inequality, a lack of pay progression and career pathing for ordinary workers, pressures on incomes of workers due to apartheid settlement patterns, poor communication between management and workers, and discrimination based on race. Our government will continue to support change in order to address these root causes of workplace conflict, as well as to bolster respect for labor law procedures and to eliminate violence during strike action. In addition to addressing workplace conflict, the President identified other key measures that we'll be focusing on over the next 5 years to jumpstart and radically transform the economy in line with the National Development Plan. We will be addressing the shortage of electricity through the rapid development of a mix of energy sources without excessive tariff hikes that would harm economic growth and the poor, and in a financially sustainable manner. In order to supplement ESCOM's new electricity generation projects, we will be exploring the potential for baseload independent power producers' contributions, building on the very successful independent power producer program for renewable energy. The President also highlighted that we will be engaging with business to build investor confidence and to identify as well as remove obstacles to investment. Our government will streamline and improve efficiency of regulatory processes in areas such as building licenses, environmental impact assessments, company registration, tax compliance, work permits for scarce skills, mining licenses, water licenses, and access to municipal infrastructure services. We'll also continue to invest in economic, social, and information and communications infrastructure as spelled out in the National Infrastructure Plan. Infrastructure projects will be used to crowd in productive investment through local procurement and by providing affordable quality services to investors. They'll also provide employment and other opportunities for women, youth, and promote Black economic empowerment. We will diversify the economy to promote innovation, growth, and employment from new opportunities such as the green economy, exports of goods and services to growing African markets, and shale and offshore oil and gas. Through the industrialization program, local procurement and other measures, we will develop and promote job-creating sectors of the economy such as mining, manufacturing, agriculture, and tourism. We'll support also the smallholder farmers through developing cooperatives in marketing and supply services to enable small clay producers to enter formal value chains and take advantage of economies of scale. We'll also increase support for exploration, development, and production in mining and address obstacles to the use of our minerals in manufacturing, including incentivizing beneficiation through mining licenses. As we know, we are a very youthful society where the majority of the unemployed are the young people, and we focus in increasing their educational, training, and work opportunities for them through ongoing improvements to the education and training system and through internships and employment tax incentives, as well as through encouraging them and supporting our young people to start businesses themselves and become job creators. Members, one of the features of our radical economic transformation program is the creation of a new ministry for small business development. Small business must become the major contributor to job creation, and the small business sector will play a key role in reducing concentration in the economy and breaking the stranglehold of monopolies. We'll also promote greater competition in the economy through strengthening the Competitions Act to prevent monopoly pricing on intermediate inputs such as steel and heavy chemicals and wage goods in order to make local manufacturing more competitive and to support infrastructure investment. The competition authorities will also be further developed to act against cartels and ensure public interest is adequately protected in measures and acquisitions. One of the focus areas of our engagement with business will be improving the implementation of the Black Economic Empowerment Act and the Employment Equity Act in order to transform the ownership, management, and control of the economy. Our emphasis will be on creating Black industrialists in productive sectors of the economy and developing a Black patriotic bourgeoisie. We will be redirecting development finance institutions to provide increased access. Why should only be white bourgeoisie? All of these measures are aimed at supporting an increase in our inclusive economic growth rate to over 5% by 2019, which will in turn generating the resources to fund expanded access to services and improve the quality of life for our people on a sustainable basis. While government will continue with its current counter-cyclical stance within a sustainable fiscal framework over the next 5 years, our current relatively low growth rate constrains our tax revenues and limits our borrowing capacity. Because resources are scarce, we must identify the top priorities to enable acceleration of a better life for all, focusing on the main challenges of poverty, unemployment, and inequality, and ensure that our plans are aligned to these priorities. As emphasized in the National Development Plan, we must also make better use of our limited resources by improving the effectiveness, efficiency, and quality of implementation of our programs. In this regard, the Department of Performance Monitoring and Evaluation in the Presidency and the National Treasury are jointly carrying out expenditure reviews in order to identify inefficiencies and poorly performing programs so that resources can be redirected to priorities. The Presidency is also working together with departments to carry out evaluations of major government programs with the aim of improving their efficiency and impact. Capacity is also being created in the Presidency to carry out thorough socio-economic impact assessments of both new and existing legislation and regulations in order to ensure that they are aligned to the National Development Plan and reduce the risk of unintended consequences. The National Development Plan stresses that building the capacity of the state is a prerequisite for successful implementation of government policies. Over the next 5 years, we will therefore be implementing measures to strengthen coordination, accountability, and performance management in government. We'll improve recruitment and skills development, strengthen procurement and supply chain management. Honorable members, over the next 5 years, we will be focusing on forging a disciplined, people-centered, and professional public service, empowering citizens to play a greater role in development and building an ethical public service. In order to ensure that we create stability in top management in the political administrative interface, an administrative head of the public service will be put in place in the Presidency. We'll also introduce enhanced focus on implementation level planning, problem solving, and continuous improvement. For an example, we're working with the Malaysian government to implement its Big Fast Results methodology, which involves bringing key stakeholders together in a laboratory for intensive planning at a practical and detailed level, setting targets which are made public, rigorous monitoring of progress with implementation, making the results public. Using this methodology, the government of Malaysia was able to register very impressive results within a short period of time. We'll be started with 2 pilot projects, one in the economic sector led by the Minister of Environmental Affairs and one in health led by the Minister of Health. The economic sector laboratory will focus on the ocean economy. Our analysis indicates that there is a massive untapped economic potential related to our oceans in the areas of marine transport, manufacturing, offshore oil and gas exploration, aquaculture, and marine protection services and governance. It is estimated that unlocking the economic potential of our oceans can contribute to up to 177 billion rand to our GDP by 2033 compared to a mere 54 billion rand in 2010. This sector also has the potential to employ 1 million people by 2030 compared to 316,000 in 2010. The health sector laboratory will focus on bringing about sustained improvements in the quality of care provided in primary care clinics. This is one of the many reforms that is being implemented as part of the National Health Insurance Initiative. Members, national departments responsible for concurrent functions will be required to play a stronger monitoring and supportive role with regard to the quality of services provided at municipal level. As indicated by the President, national and provincial departments responsible for local government will improve their monitoring and support roles at municipal levels. Government has been implementing the National Development Plan since its adoption in September 2012. The annual performance plans of national departments for the year 2014-2015 financial year, which were submitted to this House recently, reflect an alignment to the National Development Plan. The Presidency has been working with national departments and provincial and local spheres of government to develop a medium-term strategic framework for 2014-2019 as the first detailed 5-year implementation plan for the National Development Plan. To emphasize how serious government is about implementing the NDP and to ensure that the work of all departments is aligned to the National Development Plan, Treasury regulations have been amended to require departments to submit their draft strategic plans and annual performance plans to the Presidency. We will be checking the department's plans to ensure that they reflect the relevant responsibilities and targets for implementing the National Development Plan as set out in the medium-term strategic framework. This MTSF was approved in principle by the recent Cabinet Likhutla and is being refined to be released in a few weeks' time. As honorable members are aware, departments are required to submit their plans and performance plans to Parliament and to account to Parliament regarding their performance. We would like to commit the Presidency to collaborating with Parliament in this regard by sharing our planning, monitoring, and evaluation information. In conclusion, honorable members, the National Development Plan is not just a plan of government, but a plan for the whole country. It is a people's plan which has been adopted by the majority of our people and stakeholders. We are therefore calling on all South Africans to rally behind the implementation of this plan, including labor, business, and all organs of civil society. I thank you.
We thank you, Minister. Our next speaker is the Leader of the Opposition, the Honorable Maimane.
Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, it is indeed my sincere honor to address this House today. I would like to greet the President and wish you all the best in the next while and say it's good to have you back in good health, sir. I also want to extend our greetings to our Honorable Deputy President, Premiers, Ministers and their deputies, leaders of other political parties, honorable members of this House, and those who honor us with their presence in their gallery, honorable members, fellow South Africans, Bagaetso, Dumela. See, I'm a son of Soweto. I've grown up to see both the good and indeed the bad of South Africa. I'm a child of migrant laborers who moved to Gauteng to find work in those dark days of apartheid. I am a beneficiary of the freedoms that former President Nelson Mandela fought for and the product of a decent education. I am a father to 2 little children, and in fact it is them and all the children like them that we stand up and fight for the future that we have, and we do the work that we do here in this House. I'm a proud South African who loves this country deeply. And in fact, I believe that what we do here over the course of the next 5 years, more so than any previous parliament, will define whether we can build a prosperous, inclusive future for South Africa, or in fact not. That is the responsibility and the task of this 5th parliament. Madam Speaker, honorable members, Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, South Africa is a nation anchored in a history of violent and fervent racial oppression. Our people bear scars of a history of 342 years in which one person's freedom came at the cost of another. In dark days, our land cried out for a different future. A nation cried out for hope. we have a unique opportunity to craft a future of hope together. But to do this, we need leaders with the courage to deliver bold, new ideas. I'm indeed sad to say that the President's address yesterday evening was an opportunity missed. It was a speech of a leader out of touch with the plight of the people he has the privilege to serve. Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, abantu bethu bayasokola, abantu bethu abanamsebenzi. 1/3 of our people can't find work. The youth of South Africa are the worst affected by unemployment, with nearly 4 in 10 young South Africans without a job. And yet, last night, the extent of unemployment and the crisis thereof was not mentioned in the President's address. How can indeed we say that we're a nation at work where millions of people, in fact, are out of work? South Africa has again been downgraded by reputable rating agencies. Our economy is shrinking, and more people are losing their jobs because our government is held captive by competing interests and factional wars at the heart of his party. We've heard speeches like this from President Jacob Zuma before, but his words have seldom been matched by the actions of his administration. The truth is that he cannot implement the very blueprint for South Africa's development, which is the National Development Plan. Fellow South Africans, I believe we have the potential. Our economy should be creating jobs and creating wealth for all South Africans. But in fact, it is faltering at policy uncertainty. I'm afraid that the President last night did not provide any clarity in this matter. While this government pays lip service to the National Development Plan, it brings laws to this parliament that kills jobs. The government speaks of job creation and investor confidence, but at the same time enacts legislation that expropriates private businesses, allows corruption to thrive, and kills small businesses. You see, if the NDP is to succeed, President Zuma must match last night's speech with a real commitment to stop job-killing legislation. And therefore, I challenge him from this House to withdraw the Mineral and Petroleum Resources Development Amendment Bill, the Promotion and Protection of an Investment Bill, which in fact does nothing of the sort, the Property Valuation Bill, the Expropriation Bill, and the Infrastructure Development Bill. All of these bills contradict the National Development Plan, and they undermine economic and job creation. Fellow South Africans, Chairperson of the National Council of Province, the people of South Africa are calling out for leadership at a time such as this one with economic difficulty. It is an undisputable fact that where the DA governs, more jobs are created than anywhere else in South Africa. Since the end of 2012, South Africa's unemployment population has grown by 121,000, whilst in fact in the Western Cape, the unemployment population has shrunk by 48,000 South Africans. This is because we are creating an environment where businesses can thrive and create jobs. We cut red tape so that people can participate quicker and less expensively. We create jobs for young people through apprenticeships and internship programs. We invest in infrastructure and spend budgets that we set for ourselves. We get clean audits. We give loan funding to black-owned businesses. And we do this while spending 76% of capital budgets in poor communities. And ultimately, we cut corruption. In fact, the President announced last night that we would stop government officials from doing business with the government. This is good news. But we passed this law 5 years ago in the Western Cape. Why has it taken so long for it to become a national law? Madam Speaker, Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, there is indeed a lot we can do to fire up this economy and create jobs. Let's make black economic empowerment work so that it can create jobs, so that it empowers the man and the woman on the streets. Let's make BEE incentivize small businesses and help entrepreneurs get their first opportunity in the economy. Let's make it truly transform the economy by including millions of new people, not only a few connected few. South Africa's future is indeed where all of us and more of us find work. Let's lease out government buildings that we don't use to small businesses at preferential rates. Let's give discounts on training. Let's start a national venture capital fund that will allow for bold new business ideas. See, we agree with the President that South Africa requires radical transformation. And by this, we mean bold ideas that grow the economy and create jobs. You see, honorable members, radical plans are not in and of themselves good simply because they're described as radical. It's the same as just like wearing a beret does not make you a revolutionary. In fact,
Please continue.
With absolutely no details on these proposed radical transformative plans been given yesterday, we must without fail call them empty promises. Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces,
Please continue, Honorable Maimane.
I will do so. I truly believe that indeed the DA is the only party with radical transformative economic plan. Our plans will see a revolution of small businesses where entrepreneurs thrive and they themselves will become employers. It is indeed puzzling that the Honorable President has just created a new ministry for small businesses, yet gave absolutely no details on how small businesses can look forward to government support. The fact, in fact, is that we need to find new ideas, we need to foster a new way, and Honorable President, we cannot give up on bringing about new ideas to developing this economy. Madam Speaker, we have to break down barriers of entry for small businesses today. Not in 5 years, not after the Department of Small Businesses has spent billions on consultants, subcommittees. It must be now. In fact, it's not the role of the state to create jobs. It is, in fact, the role of the state to help businesses create jobs. Most crucially, businesses must have a constant supply of electricity. It is a national scandal that is not guaranteed to anyone in South Africa. And it is clearly on record that the government was definitely informed of this crisis before it became this critical. What South Africa desperately sought was leadership on how to deal with load shedding tomorrow morning and the morning thereafter. Today, Soweto, people are protesting because they've spent the last 3 days without electricity. Yet, in yesterday's address, we saw no plan on how to immediately tackle the electricity supply problem. While businesses fail and jobs are lost because of an unstable electricity supply, I really believe that the Honorable President ignores what Martin Luther King referred to as the fierce urgency of the now. While we see the very long-term projects being proposed, there sought to be no immediate plan. This economy will only further decline without immediate electricity supply being consistent. This failure is amongst the most serious of this administration. The President talked about reintroducing the Independent System and Market Operator Bill, which is a complete flip-flop on his government's previous position. This bill will make electricity supply transparent and accountable. We've pushed for this bill for so many years. The DA has supported it, and we now welcome the Honorable President following suit. As people turn to starting their own small businesses, they need to be emerging from a system of quality education. Indeed, in yesterday's address, the people of South Africa waited for the Honorable President to address the significant government failures in education. How does the department, with the biggest budget from our national fiscus and the biggest budget in Africa, deliver the worst maths and science education on the entire continent? Only 3% of grade 9 learners passed the numeracy test in the 2013 annual national assessment. Of the 1.2 million learners who registered for grade 1 in 2002, more than half of these learners have dropped out of the school system before they get to grade 12. Only 34% of learners who started school passed matric in 2013. These statistics, honorable members, must shame every single one of us. And yet, they were completely ignored in yesterday's address. It is a consequence of this government's refusal to impose mandatory standards on teachers and its refusal to take action when results started to dip. The president said very little, 2 lines in fact, about violent crime that keeps our communities living in fear. He made only passing reference to corruption, which cost the people of this country 30 billion rands a year. This money should have been spent on schools, clinics, housing, policing, and health provision. Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, the president said nothing about corruption in this government, which I believe really begins right at the top. South Africa is very well versed in scandal after scandal that must be attributed to this administration. The public protector has spoken. I now request that President follow suit and speak. The people of this nation have absolutely no explanation from their president on the damning allegations against the property built in Nkandla. Until the Honorable President fully explains himself on the undue benefit from state funds to his personal property amounting to millions of rands, South Africans cannot trust the words spoken from him. For this reason, honorable members, we must see the re-establishment of the Nkandla Ad Hoc Committee in this 5th Parliament. The President did talk a lot about local government, and what he did not mention was that 4 out of the 11 municipalities he listed last night are DA governed, and that the consistently best performing municipalities in the country were not even on his list. For the NDP to succeed, it is our view that we need to send our best to local government in order to deliver what the dreams and the ambitions of our people. Last night, the President spoke about cleaning up. His speech was an ideal opportunity for him to come clean about South Africa, come clean about our economic crisis, come clean on job creation, come clean on the electricity crisis, come clean on the failing education system, come clean on the public protector's report, come clean on the National Director of Public Prosecutions, but he did not. Instead, he offers out future plans and the promise to hold his cabinet ministers to performance contract. Well, Chairperson of the National Council of Province, this notion is welcome. But where are these terms of agreements? Who will judge their performances? How will people ensure that these are properly upheld? And what about the performance agreements signed 5 years ago? Honorable members, Mr. President, I stand before this House and before South Africa today. I am forever mindful of the reality of millions of South Africans who struggle every single day. I am mindful of and moved by the fear and the distress that unemployment casts upon millions of my fellow South Africans. Mr. President, I'm compelled to speak on behalf of these people, forgotten, indeed, at your State of the Nation. I'm in fact compelled to speak out on behalf of the unemployed who deserve a better lot in this life more than this government has delivered. I am compelled to speak out for those who lose their jobs as this economy further contracts. Mr. President, honorable members, for the sake of South Africa, for the sake of our people, for the sake of the future of this beautiful land, let us live to the title, Mr. President, let us live up to the title of Honorable President. Mr. President, we cannot in fact afford 5 more years of more of the same. Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, my call to the President is made up with the hopes of South Africans in mind. Let us write a new chapter in the story of South Africa with fresh ideas. Let us indeed be bold. Let us contest for these ideas. Let us contest for change. Let us contest for jobs. Morena, boloka setjhaba sa heso. Nkosi sikelele Africa. God bless Africa. I thank you very much.
Thank you. Order. The Honorable J.S. Malema.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and the President of the Republic of South Africa, and honorable members of this Parliament. Thank you for affording us an opportunity to respond to the State of the Nation delivered by our President. We want to acknowledge and greet millions of South African workers, the poor, downtrodden and dejected masses of our people, particularly 1 million plus South Africans who voted for EFF to come to this Parliament and represent the agenda of economic freedom in our lifetime, without any fear of contradiction. Our people mandated this movement, the EFF, to come and speak on behalf of the homeless, the landless, domestic workers, security guards, farm workers, cleaners, waiters and waitresses, recipients of social grants, construction workers, the unemployed and poverty-stricken masses of our people who are forgotten by the ruling elite, which is in bed with the oppressors and the imperialist forces. I thought it was going to be difficult for me to carry this mandate with a serious commitment against the party which taught me everything I know today about politics. But this was made easy by seeing Mr. Martinus van Schalkwyk on the benches of the ruling party. I then quickly remembered that, by the way, we are not opposing the ANC we joined then, the ANC of Lawrence Pukanuke, but we are opposing the ANC of Martinus van Schalkwyk and Cyril Ramaphosa. Mr. President, when you spoke yesterday, you reaffirmed this belief that indeed we have chosen the correct path because you no longer represent the hope of the hopeless masses of our people. Your speech yesterday was uninspiring and lacked the central theme, Mr. President. No one will remember what you said last night except that we should clean on Mandela Day, which was the only emphasis you made, and maybe because you thought it was the simplest subject you had to deal with in the whole speech last night. What was supposed to be the simplest subject for you has proven to be more complex than you thought, Mr. President, because your cleaning instruction goes against the wishes of President Mandela, who said it must be left to individuals' choice on how they wish to remember him or celebrate his life. I'm sorry, Mr. President, I won't be cleaning on Mandela Day. I will be involved in a more productive activities which will leave long-lasting legacy and remembrance of our world icon. And those activities will, amongst others, include the rebuilding of mud schools in
Honourable
the Eastern
Chairperson,
Capes and
point
the
of order,
closing
please.
On a point of
potholes.
order, Tate Malema, please.
Honourable Chairperson, the Speaker called the Deputy President of the Republic, Cyril Ramaphosa, and I think he's honourable as the member of this House. Can you rule on that? Thank you.
Honorable Malema, the Honorable Deputy President of this House is an honorable member of this House.
No problem, Honorable Cyril Ramaphosa. Mr. President, you tried to speak about radical socio-economic changes in your speech last night, but nothing you said was radical. Instead, we had a repetition of what has been said before. I know very well that your attempt to make radical economic changes your central theme in your speech last night was a direct response to the existence of EFF, or even an attempt to delegitimize it, but you successfully failed in the same way you failed when you introduced the red beret to counter that of the EFF during elections campaign. You and your party should stop playing with semantics, especially when it relates to a radical economic agenda, because you lack courage and you have sold out the revolution. You don't have what it takes to lead the struggle for economic emancipation of black majority, particularly Africans. You are extremely scared of white people, particularly white monopoly capital. You have in the past 20 years defended the privileges of white minority and continue with the exploitation and exclusion of oppressed black majority. The reason for such is because the elite pact that was forced upon the people in 1994 does not allow for radical economic transformation and changes. The pact defends the colonial and apartheid ownership patterns of the means of production, including property. The ANC is part of an elite pact that seeks to protect white monopoly capital and white minority privileges. And this has led to the formation of the EFF because there was a political vacuum and nature does not allow a vacuum. The EFF is here to lead the struggle to dismantle the elite pact and introduce the sunrise clauses. The pact has made you to even accept wrong things as the laws that run this parliament for the past 20 years. For example, the 1975 Act that makes it compulsory for members of parliament to join a certain medical aid scheme. You have been part of this illegal law and unconstitutional law for the past 20 years. It only took the EFF less than 100 days to reject this law, and parliament lawyers have agreed with us that indeed this law was unconstitutional, a law you complied with. This elite pact is reflected by the fact that the most prominent statue in this parliament is a statue of Louis Botha. The one of Nelson Mandela is a very small and is hidden behind the statue of Louis Botha. Louis Botha is not our hero and cannot be a hero of a democratic South Africa. He's a colonial warmonger who fought for the exclusion of black and indigenous people from running their own country and affairs. It's people like this who made white South Africans think that they are superior, and we continue celebrating them. We are equally perpetuating white supremacy. The statue of Botha outside this parliament must go down because it represents nothing of what a democratic South Africa stands for. The statue represents backwardness and apartheid, and therefore it belongs to the dustbin of history and to be replaced with a bigger statue of Siaparankwe Roditlahla Nelson Mandela. We will never have a true friendship and peace if white minority still behaves like they are superior and we should remain inferior in our own country. All black people continue to learn the languages of white minorities as part of our attempt to reach out to them and create friendship, but with very little attempt from their side to at least learn one of our African languages, because they have a wrong mentality that we must suck up to them. These are some of the legacies people like Louis Botha have left us, and it must be crushed. We must not celebrate anything that perpetuates white supremacy. As part of nation building, maybe we need to take hard steps by not celebrating any white person who does not speak at least or know one of the African languages. If you have a white friend If you have a white friend as a black person and he or she does not know your language or take initiative to learn your language or your culture, that person is no friend at all. We need to undermine the legacy of apartheid through celebration of our blackness and unashamedly advance political, social, and economic liberation of blacks in general and Africans in particular. We must do away with self-hatred and embrace who we are and what we stand for. The time for black majority to benefit from natural, mineral, and the beauty of their country is now and can never be postponed. This is where we start. Now, we should deal with politics of what you raised yesterday. You promised jobs before, and you have repeatedly failed to create jobs. In your first address to this House as President, you promised to create 500,000 jobs in 6 months, yet you failed and no one held you accountable. Our people are being called upon to celebrate 20 years of freedom, and we really do not know what they should celebrate because the past 20 years has been 20 years of suffering and the poorest of the poor.
Yes, sir.
Agbare Speaker, is die agbare lid bereid om 'n vraag te vra? Is 'n baie maklike vraag. Ek wil vir hom vra, why does he deliver his speech in a white man's language of English, not in his own mother tongue?
Honorable Malema, are you prepared to respond to the question?
I have no time for racist questions. Our people are called upon to celebrate 20 years of freedom. We really do not know what they should celebrate because the past 20 years has been 20 years of suffering of the poorest of the poor. It has been 20 years of joblessness and unemployment for majority of our people, in particular the youth. 35% of South Africans capable of working are unable, and majority of those who are employed are paid very low salaries. Mr. President, whatever you have said about jobs has been a false and inconsistent as the performance of your party for the past 20 years. However, you look at it, in 1995 unemployment was 15%, and now at this moment it is at 25% or 36% with an expanded definition. 70% of this demographic are youth. This is your legacy. You have more than doubled unemployment. More than half of the working people earn 3,300 or less. A third of all workers are now employed through labor brokers. And we must also remind you that 2014 is a year in which you said you would have halved unemployment in 2009. You also promised to distribute 30% of the land in this very year. You promised to halve poverty by 2014. You promised to provide security of tenure to 400,000 households who live in informal settlement. You keep making the same promises and misleading this House, and honorable members clap hands. They encourage this mediocrity, lack of leadership, and misleading of the nation and the poor. You are a man of tradition, Mr. President, a tradition of empty promises. Now knowing you will not be there in 2030, please say nothing about 2030 because you will not be there. The President said a minimum wage shall be investigated. There is no need to investigate. This House must show leadership and courage. The workers have already shown the way. For 5 months now, workers in the Platinum Belt have been on the strike, which demonstrated their genuine determination. They are looking for 12,500, which the ANC government massacred 34 of them 2 years ago for it. In honor of those who died, let this House legislate 12,500. This will be a sign of showing remorse and regret for the Marikana massacre. We also demand the establishment of parliamentary commission on conditions and the salaries of mine workers, including the auditing of the financial books.
Chairperson, on a point of order here, the Speaker said the ANC government massacred people 2 years ago. Is it parliamentary? Is there any proof of that? Can you rule on that, Chairperson?
Mr. Malema.
I maintain that.
Mr. Malema,
The ANC government massacred the people in Marikana. Those police were representing the ANC government.
Mr. Malema,
I'm not going to
Morena.
withdraw.
Morena,
It's not going to happen that.
Honorable Malema, Honorable Malema,
I'm all yours, Chair.
Honorable Malema,
Honorable Chair.
please accept that this House and all our houses of Parliament have simple rules to follow in a debate. The last time we said hold your horses because we're taking a point of order.
Okay.
I was asked to rule, and even before I gave you the go-ahead, you were on. Please do not do it again. The honorable member of the ANC raised a point. You contest that point, you say that you are sustaining it. I wish to take this point on advice, honorable members, and will rule on it tomorrow. Because it is not an open and shut, a statement that you make and you conclude on. There are many implications on it, and I would like to be properly advised to come back to this House on a ruling tomorrow. You may continue, Ntate Malema.
We call him for parliamentary commission on the conditions and salaries of mine workers, including the auditing of the financial books of all the mines by the state, to ascertain ourselves on how much is the mining sector making in this country, because we do not trust the current financial disclosure by the mining sector. Mr. President, you have spoken about radical socio-economic changes. And if indeed you meant what you said, then you will agree with me that there is nothing radical about preserving the current exploitative economic structure. Otherwise, what has been suggested here is a mere old wine in a new bottle. We are back to gear by another name, which Blade in Zimande called 1996 class project and the more
Honorable
serious
Malema.
strategic threat to the national democratic
Order,
process.
members.
In his,
Order, members.
in his fi-
Honorable Malema, there is an honorable Blade in Zimande in this House.
Honorable Blade in Zimande, in his factional battles with President Thabo Mbeki,
Honorable Malema.
said 19
Honorable
called-
Malema, I will not have this House degenerating into this. Please debate the state of the nation, the factional battles and whatever, let them stay where they are.
Chair, I don't agree with that. No, I don't agree with that.
Honorable Malema,
You are not going to tell me, Chair, how I must debate.
Order, Chair. Point of order,
You are
Chair.
not going to tell me how I must debate.
On point of order, Chair.
No, no, I can't be told what to say.
Honorable Malema, order, members.
Point of order,
Members,
Chair. Order, Chair. Point of order, Chair.
Honorable members, I am quite fit to sit on this chair. Honorable Malema, we have taken you through the rules of these houses. You will desist from making disparaging remarks on the persons of the honorable members of this house.
Point of order, Chair. Order, Chair. Point of order, Chair. The chairperson is out of order. Honorable Musima Iman referred to the factional battles in the ANC, for which the chairperson did not call him to point of order. So the chairperson must be consistent in the application of the rules of
Chairperson
parliament.
is very consistent. The Honorable Maimane referred to the factional battles in the party, did not apportion it to a particular member of this House. Honorable Malema, withdraw those remarks.
Honorable Chair.
On the factional tendencies or otherwise of the Honorable Blade in Zimande.
Okay, Honorable Chair, withdraw.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Mr. President, you clearly do not know what a radical economic transformation means. What is radical about EPWP? What is radical about buying stolen land? Maybe we must give you a few tips on what is radical economic transformation. You must be prepared, if you want to advance this agenda of radical transformation, to expropriate the stolen land without compensation. You must be prepared to nationalize the mines, the banks, and other strategic sectors of the economy. You must be prepared, Mr. President, to protect local industries and ensure that they continue to be productive. Mr. President, you must provide free quality education up until the tertiary level. Mr. President, you cannot celebrate the two glorified high schools which are wrongly called universities in the Northern Cape and Mpumalanga, because the two of them are going to take only 350 people. We need to engage, Mr. President, in a deliberate program to send 10,000 students to outside the country to the best of the best universities, because all the countries which have succeeded, they took their learners and their youth to learn outside their countries. Mr. President, you are on a paraffin speed building stadiums for the 2010 Soccer World Cup, but you are failing to build schools and you are failing to build basic things like toilets. Radical economic transformation means
Honorable
you must
Malema, I'm afraid your time is up. Thank you very much.
No, but those orders you were eating on my time.
Honorable Malema.
Chair. Mr. President, la o ka itima metsi o tla bona e nwele.
Order. The Honorable M.G. Buthelezi.
The Honorable
Order, members.
Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, the Honorable Speaker, Your Excellency, our President, Your Excellency, Deputy President, Honorable Ministers, Honorable Deputy Ministers, Honorable Members. We appreciate the President's mention of the National Development Plan, for this remains the best wish list for any nation, in particular our nation. But beyond that, yesterday's opening of the Fifth Parliament read like a predictable script. We didn't expect to hear anything new from the President, different from what he said to us in February, and indeed he complied. That is not good for the country. There is no sign of change. Even the economic dire straits that see our country downgraded, the President continues with the empty promises of his party's manifesto. Our country's governance remains in the hands of a party that seems to have lost its way. I have warned repeatedly, Honorable Chairperson of Provinces, of the danger in promising people what cannot be delivered. Citizens may have renewed their mandate to the ruling party very clearly, but through service delivery protests across South Africa, they declare that the mandate is not being fulfilled. How much longer will they wait when nothing changes? Even as we met here yesterday, there were ructions in Tshwane. For 20 years, the IFP has been the voice of reason in our democratic parliament. Now, in a national, yes, we don't deny that. It's a fact. We can be clear about it.
Honorable Buthelezi, please
Now-
address the House and the Chair.
No, but I have a right, if you could.
Please, sir.
I have a parliamentary right to do that. Now, in a national discourse that is speeding towards division, volatility and racism, the IFP will remain the voice of reason. In spite of our electoral losses, the IFP retained its position in this House in the elections this year as the fourth largest party nationally. We were not obliterated, as the doomsayers predicted. We were not relegated to a provincial party. In every province of this country, the IFP found support among the people of goodwill. On behalf of this Russia's remnant who believes in fighting for the right thing the right way, the IFP will work to restore integrity to our nation's leadership. Madam Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Your Excellency, our President, Your Excellency, our Deputy President, Honorable Minister, Honorable Deputy Ministers, Honorable Members, there comes a time in history when the voice of the few begins to dominate, not because it's loudest, but because it speaks with words that are catalysts for the needed change. I know this, I'm among the few who have served in this parliament for its full 20 years. Among the opposition, I alone have responded to the State of the Nation address of 4 successive presidents. I've witnessed the triumphs and tragedies of our nation's democratic parliament. The first triumph, of course, was the formation of a government of national unity through the interim constitution, which secured seats in cabinet for any party receiving more than 10% of the vote. On the 27th of April 1994, more than 2 million South Africans voted for the IFP, and we joined President Nelson Mandela's cabinet to give our contribution to the full legislative reform of our country. For 5 years, we worked tirelessly against steady opposition from within cabinet itself, so that when President Thabo Mbeki opened the second parliament in June 1999, I expressed my hope that the ensuing stage of governance would be characterized by a willingness to accept good and valuable ideas, irrespective of who proposed them. With the opening of the second parliament, there was no longer a constitutional requirement for the ruling party to tolerate opposition parties in cabinet. Yet, President Mbeki invited me, Dr. Ben Gubane and Ms. Kosana, to serve as ministers. Initially, Mbeki offered me the deputy presidency of the country, but ANC leaders from KwaZulu-Natal, most notably our president, Honorable President, demanded that in return the IFP give the premiership of KwaZulu-Natal to the ANC. It was the rules that scuppered discussions, for they knew we would never sell out the electorate. Voters had asked for an IFP premier, and it was not for us to give them the ANC. But we also understood that the IFP was compelled by the wounds of the past to embrace reconciliation through shared governance, as much as the ANC was compelled by the wounds of the past to seek reconciliation. We hope that as President Mbeki and I work hand in hand at the highest levels of government, people on the ground who had been divided by a 20-year brutal, low-intensity civil war would begin to reconcile. Thus, for another 5 years, the IFP gave its contribution to the governance of our country. In KwaZulu-Natal, we set a standard of good and clean governance that has yet to be challenged or even equaled. Time and again, we steered our country's government back to reason and wisdom. Then tragedy struck. In the third parliament, the emerging leadership of the ANC spurned reconciliation and took the reins of governance in the white-knuckled grip of a party bent on domination, recognizing the chasm in integrity that was sure to open. The IFP became a moral opposition determined to protect democracy. South Africa was rapidly encumbered with a growing crisis in leadership and moral credibility. From the highest levels of government were denialism about crime, about HIV and AIDS, and finally about the global economic meltdown. History bears witness that my warnings were timely and true. The IFP has been the voice of reason in this House for 20 years. Unfortunately, history also bears witness to the revival of the ANC's program to destroy the IFP, which Ms. Mandela, as a man of integrity, confessed to in 2002. He said, and I quote him verbatim, "We have used every ammunition to destroy Buthelezi, and we failed. He is still there. He is a formidable survivor. We cannot ignore him," unquote. Whereas President Mbeki and I had pursued peace, our president seems driven to divide. While the rest of the country remembers the 1976 student uprising, His Excellency President Zuma remembers Boy Patong. Why isolate Boy Patong? Why not the Shell House massacre in which, again, because of his integrity, Mr. Mandela, standing where I'm standing, stated that it was he who ordered the security and shell house to shoot to kill. Human life is the same in every tragedy, Mr. President. And your party's People's War generated a cycle of violence. Even in Bota Patong, it was not the IFP that told hostile dwellers to react in that brutal manner. They did, to the continuous violence perpetrated against them. We mourned the brutal loss of life in Bota Patong. It was a tragedy, as much as any of the tragedies of that time. Words, Your Excellency, Mr. President, can divide. But it is actions, in fact, not words, that bring reconciliation. President Mbeki and I brought reconciliation when we unveiled a monument in Thokoza to fallen comrades from both our parties in October 1999. But now, Your Excellency, your party builds monuments to the ANC alone and fails even to invite the families of the ANC's victims. I welcome the President's invitation to meet with him in Durban in July 2010, and I reported it here. Because after Polokwane in 2009, he told me that the ANC and IFP should work together as before. Yet when we met, the President advised me to step down because of the ructions in my party. I explained to the excellent President that his advice would carry more weight not for the ANC's role in these ructions. And I laid before the President extensive evidence standing right here of a campaign of manipulation, violence, and treachery that was being used by some in the ANC, some, to divide and destabilize the IFP through a faction led by the Honorable National Person of the NFE, the Honorable Minister, Deputy Minister of Science and Technology, Mrs. Vincent Kamakwazam Singh. The President expressed surprise, even though much of what I said was documented in the media, and the ANC's Women's League was openly singing, "Zanele is ours," in the KwaZulu-Natal legislature. The President promised to intervene, but he did not intervene. Thus, during the State of the Nation address in 2011, I brought all the evidence standing right here before this Parliament. The President did not dispute it, but still he did not intervene. Immediately after 2011 elections, the Honorable Mrs. Kamakwazam Sibi led her new party into a coalition with the ANC. And after the 2014 election, the President rewarded her with a position on his national...
On a point of order.
I congratulate...
On a point of order, Chair.
I congratulate...
On a point of order.
It seems the Women's League...
On a point of order, Chair.
When they sang Zanele belongs to the ANC.
On a point of order, Chair.
That raised
the Honorable Buthelezi,
of ethical integrity.
there is a point of order on the floor.
Oh, I didn't hear.
The point of order?
Honorable Chair, can you rule? Is the Honorable Buthelezi speaking on his speech or is out of tangent?
Honorable Member.
I'll call that politely balderdash.
Honorable Buthelezi.
Point of order, point of order, point of order, Chair. Point of order, Chair.
I'm listening to the point of order, sir.
Is the word balderdash parliamentary?
Yes, it's the politest thing for saying the right thing.
Honorable Buthelezi, please round up.
Just weeks ago, there have been so many interruptions.
Please allow the Honorable Buthelezi to finish his speech.
Just weeks ago, the Honorable Deputy Minister of Science and Technology was accusing the ANC of dirty, barbaric tactics, of violating their oath of office, of perpetuating inequality and poverty, of self-enrichment and corruption, particularly with regards to the President's house in Kandla. Indeed, her vitriol led her supporters to drape a coffin in ANC colors. One must ask, what changed your mind, Deputy Minister? For the ANC's part, it has gone from calling on the public protector to investigate the Honorable Deputy Minister for alleged misappropriation
Honorable
of state funds, for
your
saying
time
that
has expired,
experience will contribute immensely to effective and efficient governance.
Honorable Buthelezi, your time has expired, sir. Thank you very much. The Honorable Deputy Minister of Science and Technology. Order, members.
Honorable Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Your Excellency, President Zuma, Your Excellency, Deputy President, members of the Cabinet, honorable members of Parliament, distinguished guests, and members of the media. Firstly, the NFP wishes to convey its condolences to the family of the late Secretary of Parliament, Mr. Michael Coetzee. Secondly, I wish to record my deepest and most sincere appreciation to all members of the National Freedom Party and supporters who have expressed their confidence in us to serve them at this level. I am speaking on behalf of them. I am their voice. I'm not going to worry myself. I'm not going to worry myself about the utterances of Dr. Buthelezi. I think it is bitterness. It is sour grape, and he is being disingenuous and spiteful. Therefore, I'm not going to belittle myself. The members who constitute this assembly are privileged as they are chosen from among the millions to represent them to the best of their ability. The National Freedom Party's entry into politics is deeply embedded in our commitment to serve the people of South Africa in such a manner that makes each person a proud South African citizen. All of us are guided by a common purpose that is clearly enshrined in the Constitution, and more specifically in the Bill of Rights. The people have legitimate expectations of life, of dignity, not only as individuals, but also as family and community. They yearn for peace, they yearn for harmony, prospects for their children, employment in a stable environment, basic amenities, a roof above their head, and food on the table. Over the past 20 years, we have made tremendous strides, notwithstanding the challenges bequeathed to us and the numerous obstacles faced in the transition from oppression to freedom. We need to acknowledge the progress we have made, yet there is still a great deal that needs attention. The road ahead is long and difficult. Today, the common purpose of nation building is compelling us to cooperate and reach out to each other beyond narrow, superficial differences that sow conflict and divisions. The intentions of the President's address cannot be doubted. It recognizes the importance of economic growth as fundamental to a stable democracy and a necessary, although not sufficient, condition for reducing poverty. It recognizes that the economy is functioning below its potential and the need to achieve a 5% target by 2019. It proposes various intervention measures to jumpstart the economy. However, numerous obstacles beset the implementation of some of the proposals. Our growth potential is challenged by chronic deficits in critical infrastructure and an economy exposed to global markets and volatility. There are many serious impediments, such as energy, water, transport, labor regulations, bureaucracy, weak administration at the point of delivery, skills, and work ethics. The President has placed great emphasis on radical transformation of the energy sector, and the need for structural changes in state-owned enterprises. The intention to develop an energy mix is welcomed, although the issue of nuclear energy is not without its inherent dangers, e.g., it is extremely expensive and with concerns of safety and health. However, while these plans will address the energy challenges in the next 5 years, the concern is the time lag between project implementation and delivery. There is no specific plan for short-term supply, and reference has been made to only Medupi project. No reference is made to integrated transport planning that links ports, rail, road between points of origin of products and destination. The creation of special economic zones around the country will no doubt increase our competitiveness. The location of these zones is critical in bringing benefits to the people. These zones must necessarily be located close to communities to minimize travel to work. The historic pattern of work zones has created the anomaly of the separation of workplace and residence, where the poorest have to travel the furthest. The high cost of these journeys places a financial burden on the household. The longer journey also increases travel time that impacts on family life. The National Freedom Party raises concern about government's response to rapid urbanization of the country. While it is generally acknowledged that the cities have the infrastructure support for industrialization, South African cities are already burdened with an influx of population for which it cannot cater in terms of housing, basic amenities, and jobs. The phenomenon of hostel residence for single men, although provision will be made for families, is an apartheid creation that is destructive to family life. The consequence is that the household head of families in rural areas are mainly women. Socio-economic conditions in hostels and mining areas need to be immediately attended to and home ownership expedited. Land invasion experience in cities, it is the consequence of a policy that makes the urban areas as an attractive place of work. The cities have not only attracted rural communities, but also many people from outside South Africa as a place to find work. The competition for jobs often results in xenophobic attacks on foreign citizens. The cities of today cannot cope with the rising demand for employment, housing, transport,
Honorable
sanitation,
Deputy
and
Minister.
other services.
Your time.
Okay.
Please round up.
Thank you very much, Honorable National Chairperson.
Thank you, ma'am. The Honorable Nawa.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of National Council of Provinces, His Excellency the President,
Please speak into the mic, sir.
His Excellency the Deputy President. We take this opportunity as the organ of local government to express our sincere appreciation for being given this opportunity for the first time to allow local government to be able to comment on what the President has raised. Chairperson, we are in agreement with the President that local government has gone a long way to be established. We've built a foundation which has been laid leading to local government. We renewed what the President has raised in the success of local government. The President stated there have been many successes in many municipalities. In addition to 11 municipalities highlighted by the President, we want to make point that many municipalities are doing better in improving their state, and we want to mention that the city of Johannesburg has completed social, economic, transportation infrastructure, and local governments has included bus rapid transport. And we also want to know that, President, the city of eThekwini has received in 2014 the highest international allocate as a city which has best water management standard as well in the world and human settlement. This in addition to a significant contribution
that local government has made in expansion of social infrastructure and services to poor households in the form of a basket of social services like free water, electricity, solid waste collection, sanitation, and water connectivity, which in sometimes are unappreciated and demonstrated local government is not doing anything. The census 2013 results has also illustrated firmly that the profound contribution of local government to the country's development and key service delivery gains, contrary to the often disappropriation, negative narratives sustained against municipalities. A key challenge that are facing municipalities, while acknowledging these successes, we must confront the key challenges which continue to bedevil many of our municipalities, in particular financial management and expenditure, planning and delivery basic services. On financial management and improving audits, SAGA is also rolling out a hands-on support program to those municipalities in financial distress who are persistently attaining disclaimers and adverse audit opinions. This undesirable audit report is unacceptable and it must be eradicated as a matter of urgency. Our collective ambition that no disclaimer and adverse opinion should be visible in local government in the near future. The socio-economic conditions and other external factors contributing to distressed municipalities cannot be ignored. In many of our municipalities, the real impact of 2009 global financial crisis is now being felt with the depression on citizens and business putting a greater strain on limited financial and human resource, with many inhabitants unable to pay for services and ripple effects, therefore, of municipality capabilities. The Beggersdal case in my own district, with several mine closures in recent years, has its consequential effects on the municipalities, as an important one which could draw lessons from more proactive and coherent governance. The mass infrastructure and related job creation interventions are therefore critical for addressing socio-economic challenges which are at the heart of much distress in local government. Its success will depend on a greater intergovernmental support and collaboration around key projects and municipal areas, and other initiatives aimed at improving the living conditions of our people. In this context, the greater hands-on support which the national government will lead on through introduction of interministerial task team on service delivery, championed by Minister Govan, is welcomed. In relation to urbanization, as the President indicated, the Integrated Urban Development Framework, in which SALGA is a key partner, must indeed provide a new deal for South Africa cities and towns, the engines of economic growth and spatial transformation. In particular, the finalization of the full assignment of housing function as first in the built environment chain to the 6 metros must be expedited with further delay. Equally important is the devolution of housing central to development, integrated development and human settlement to the other metros and secondary smaller cities on a graduated basis. Transport must be a critical factor of development. The potential economic dynamism of metro municipalities cannot be achieved unless municipalities think holistically about issues such as housing, transport, and spatial planning so that the housing can be well positioned with adequate access to public transport, and urbanization requires new housing, expanding service, and improved public transport. The main challenge in planning of our urban areas is to enable job creation linked to sustainable livelihoods and to establish well-performing human settlement. And this should be at the heart of what cities do and how they perform. Successful cities are the vital cogs of the economic objectives of our development and capable states, including our goals for economic overcoming poverty, inequality, and unemployment. Let us equip our cities with the necessary institutional reforms to ensure that routine investment in built-up environment reverse the spatial legacies of apartheid. Notwithstanding some of the challenges faced by many municipalities, we should not forget that we live, we work, and we play in municipalities, and services we enjoy are for the most part provided by municipalities. All is indeed not doom and gloom. We should celebrate our successes as we build confidence in the municipalities. We appreciate what the President would have raised in profiling the 11 municipalities, and we are sure that the entire cabinet and the entire public representatives would actually support that we profile local government better. We must consolidate the gains made to date by addressing some of the fundamental constraints hampering municipalities in our quest for effective development. The President's address highlighted some of the interventions and initiatives aimed at revitalizing our municipal spaces. Let us all rally behind municipalities as the key players and implement of our government program of action. Chairperson, to this end, we are committed to working with our partners in government and the private sector to ensure that we integrate our approach to service delivery and that developmental vision of local government is fully realized. We are committed that we make what the President has called in support of local municipalities across our country, the districts that are there, that we work together and make that the local government is properly profiled and is properly functional. I thank you, President.
Rally Bakantati. The Honorable Karim.
The Chairperson, the President, Deputy President, colleagues, the struggle for national liberation was increasingly waged for both political and economic liberation. My time says 6:55. Is that wrong? I've been given 15 minutes as I know it.
Honorable Karim, you inherited minutes, and I think we must adjust the time.
No, I'm quite well happy with the extra 6 minutes. Indeed, the opposition having spoken the way they have, I'm happy with that 6 minutes.
Honorable Karim, you will be given your 15 minutes. Just your 15 minutes.
Tough. Okay, it starts now, doesn't it? Because that clarity is not something that is part of my time. But as I was saying, before I rudely interrupted myself, the struggle for national liberation was increasingly waged for both political and economic liberation. The links between the political and economic aspects of liberation are there in the Freedom Charter. They are set out far more explicitly in the Morogoro Conference of the ANC in 1969. Among the many references to this, in the conference's strategy and tactics document, I refer to but one, which reads that the aim of the struggle is, and I quote, the complete political and economic emancipation of our people and the constitution of a society which accords with the basic provisions of our program, the Freedom Charter, close quotes. So it was long, long ago, will the EFF note, long before this party recently surfaced, and to claim the economic space solely for itself, that ANC members, under the most brutal conditions of apartheid, and at huge personal and collective cost, waged the struggle for economic freedom. The struggle for economic freedom is an endemic part of the national liberation struggle. And they well know it because you came from the ANC, almost all of you. Now, it's very hard to argue that the ANC's stress in the next 5 years on economic freedom, on economic restructuring, on socio-economic transformation is simply because of the EFF. You weren't there in 1956, you certainly weren't there in 1969 even. So this goes a long way back. Yes, the world has changed dramatically since the ANC's 1969 conference. But the need for economic liberation hasn't. 20 years into our democracy, in fact, it's become even more urgent. We have, of course, made significant progress since 1994, but we still have a long way to go. And the way to go, as the ANC and government have made clear, is into a second, more radical phase of our transition to a national democratic society. The President, in his recent inaugural address, no less, made it very clear when he said, and I quote, "The second phase will involve the implementation of radical socio-economic transformation policies and programs over the next 5 years. Economic transformation," I quote him saying, "will take center stage during the new term of government as we put the economy on an inclusive growth path," close quotes. He repeated this, of course, last night in his SONA address. Of course, as has been made clear, this second phase cannot be mechanically separated from the first, just as you cannot mechanically separate economic and political aspects of the national democratic struggle. It's that emphasis on the economy, it's the emphasis on the economy merely, that is now the crucial aspect of the next 5 years and more. And the progress that has been made over the past 20 years obviously provides the basis for this. By radical phase of the transition, we are referring to more directly and systematically addressing the structural constraints of the economy and more decisively tackling the challenges of poverty, unemployment, and inequality in our society. By radical, we mean addressing the roots of our problem. And by radical, we mean to decisive action to achieve our political and economic goals. So with the new radical phase, we are speaking both of content and, crucially, action. We are speaking of a new determination to get things done faster, more efficiently, more effectively. An important part of the structural constraint we suffer relates to the way in which our economy integrated into the global economy. As a supplier of natural resources and with our over-dependency on the mining and finance sectors and the inadequate development of our manufacturing sector. These constraints trap our economy in a low growth, low investment, high inequality, and high unemployment cycle. Overcoming the structural problems and binding constraints requires structural solutions to transform the trajectory of economic growth, further industrialize the South African economy, and accelerate social development. Over time, we'll have to break out of the structural constraint, and various aspects of the program of economic restructuring will contribute to this. The focus on industrialization, needless to say, will be a key part of this. So too will the more rapid and systematic implementation of the National Infrastructure Plan. The focus until now has been largely on growth. Now it's going to be on transformation. But transformation that will be the source of growth and shape the kind of growth and who benefits from it. Not simply established capital, but crucially, emerging black capital. As the ANC's Mango resolution points out, the changes will not emerge spontaneously from the free hand of the market. The state has to play a leading and decisive role to ensure this. It has to win over the broadest cross-section of society to play an effective role in this and also crowd in private sector investment. This means that we have to build our capacity to be a far more effective democratic developmental state. Building the capacity of and for a progressive state is a crucial aspect of driving the second phase of our transition. This means, too, effective deployment of state-owned enterprises and development finance institutions which need to complement the state in promoting inclusive economic growth. All of this is not to say that the crucial role of the private sector is not recognized. On the contrary, the President made clear last night the efforts being made and to be made to win the confidence and support of the private sector for the second phase of our transition. The NDP, complemented by the new growth path and the industrial policy action policies, provides, as does the ANC election manifesto, the framework for the second phase of the transition. Now, we heard today from the Deputy Speaker of Parliament that Mr. Mamane is the new leader of the opposition. I wonder if the Honorable Malema recognizes the Honorable Mamane as his leader. The brand new leader of the opposition, the pin-up boy of the suburbs, delivering his maiden speech, said the President had disappointed him.
Honorable
He said,
Karim,
yes, indeed.
did you refer to a member of this House as a boy?
I meant it in the figurative sense of, but if it's unacceptable, I withdraw it.
It is unacceptable, withdraw it.
But you get the substance of what I'm saying. Forget the words, right? He said, he had the temerity to say that the President has disappointed him. He said he was hoping, yes, indeed. I withdraw. Before you ask, I withdraw.
He has withdrawn.
He said he was hoping for bold new ideas. But what did the Honorable Mamane offer? The same old lamentations, the same old suburban whining, the same well-coached culture of pessimism. A new leader of the DA with nothing new to say. Wow. Wow. What and not new start. Now we have the Honorable Malema saying, he began his maiden speech by speaking on behalf of the indebted in South Africa. Of course, he carefully forgot to speak on behalf of his debt to the South African Revenue of Services. On Nelson Mandela Day, I suggest, my comrade colleague, I suggest you clean up your own indebtedness rather than exercise your mediocre carpentry skills on school building. Let me go on to say, friends, that the exploitation of minerals is crucial to our developmental impact and especially job creation across the economy. Mining should catalyze, since Mr. Malema is so concerned about this, broader industrialization through the realization of all the potential backward and forward linkages, including a much greater degree of beneficiation. South Africa's competitive advantage is our abundant mineral resources. However, for over a century, the major mining and financial interests that have dominated mining in our country have locked us into a growth path that relies heavily on exporting unbeneficiated primary resources extracted through cheap and still today often contract labor. In many respects, this pattern continues. The overweening dominance of monopoly finance and mining conglomerates within our economy has had many negative impacts, including, of course, the stifling of our manufacturing sector. With last Friday's downgrading by 2 international rating agencies, the print media has been filled with articles about what business says. But if you read the articles carefully, colleagues, you will quickly realize that business is not a monolithic reality. For some CEOs, the overriding imperative is maximizing dividends for foreign shareholders in South African mines or in companies like Sasol. But that overriding imperative is likely to be in conflict with local manufacturing interests, for instance. Through the Mineral and Petroleum Resource Development Act and its amendments, we have taken important steps forward to leverage our mineral resources for industrialization, job creation, and shared growth. The mining conglomerates no longer own the mineral resources. The Act rightfully declares that all the mineral resources below the ground belong to the people of South Africa as a whole, with government acting as custodian. Private mining companies receive time-bound mining rights in exchange for fulfilling certain conditions. Last year, amendments to the Act took us more important steps forward by empowering government to declare certain minerals strategic and to ensure that a percentage of the output of these strategic minerals is made available for local beneficiation. That's an important step forward that will help the reindustrialization of our economy. However, as we consolidate the second phase of the transition, we need to consider further amendments to the Act. There should not only be a domestic market set-aside of strategic minerals, but also domestic prices for these quotas. It makes no sense that local industry is often forced to procure iron ore or manganese or coal as if these inputs came all the way from Australia or Papua New Guinea. I want to respond in further detail to what the DA leader has said. Now, in the first instance, it strikes me as utterly absurd that the leader of the DA would say that the president is out of touch. Who is out of touch? A party that wins 62% of the electorate, or a party that wins a mere 22% of the electorate? And Mr. Maimane cannot claim he's a product of Bantu education. He should be able to understand the figures. Moreover, who's out of touch? The party that falls a few percentages below what we predicted would win, or the party that said it would win 30% and won 22%? Who is out of touch? Now he says we're not focusing on the main point, which is job creation. But the whole speech and the whole second phase of the transition is about economic growth and job creation. That's what it's all about. Mr. Maimane also shows how naive he is. Because in fact, he can't ask
Point of order.
This is a constitutional state. Yes?
On a point of order, sir?
The point of order, Madam Chairperson, is that members of this House are called honourable, not Mr.
All right, honourable indeed. Fine. Honourable Maimane shows how naive he is. The president cannot
The
undo
Honourable
what
Mr.
Parliament has
Maimane.
decided.
The Honourable Mr. Maimane.
Needless to say, that's what you're going to say. But look at the records and look at my engagements in this parliament. Now here it is. On BEE. Here's the Honourable Maimane saying, we're not going far enough, as I understood what he said, if he made any sense at all. And yet, this very party opposed the act. And this very party was riven. And so one of their leaders has fled the shores of this country. He asks about small business, yet we have now a focused attention to small business by creating a full ministry with a deputy minister. Now, the Honorable Maimane's notion of the state, that he has, is completely out of kilter. It's outdated. It's not even consistent with his hero, President Obama. If he wants to project himself, if he wants to project himself as President Obama, at least he should understand what his idol actually thinks and does in the United States. Now, the economic freedom fighters, I want to put a question. Who is this economic freedom for? Is it for a self-serving elite, or is it for the masses of our country? Even the presentation, we talk about freedom. And if you look at what has happened over the last 2 to 3 weeks since the opening of Parliament, instead of overall representing labor and the social weight of the working class, or a domestic outfit representing of domestic worker in this country, servitude and oppression, it has become a fashion statement in the hands of the DA. That's what it's become. Politics is much more than about fashion, friends. But I want to end on this note, that whatever our differences, even with Mr. Malema, Honorable Malema, whatever our differences, this second phase of the transition has the interests of all our people. Whatever your political background, there's a role for you to play in the interests of your country. And we invite you to find your role and play it to the fullest. This applies even more to the EFF than the rest of us, because on average you are younger. The future is for the youth, and the youth is the future. So we are saying
Honorable member,
we are saying
your
to
time
you,
has expired.
play your part to the fullest. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, members. The Honorable James. Order. Please adjust the time.
NCOP Chairperson, the Honorable Thandi Modise, honorable members, we live in a nation where too many of our people go to bed hungry. 2,537,000 of the nation's children are malnourished. Behind every number is a young life, part of a real family struggling against the odds to make ends meet. A conservative measure indicates that 18 million South Africans, close to 36%, are poor. A closer look reveals that poor South Africans are concentrated in bereft municipalities, banished to the darkness of decay and destitution. In the Eastern Cape's Alfred and Zoe municipality, 76.6% of people live below the poverty line. In Sosonke, in KwaZulu-Natal, the figure is 74.7%. And in Limpopo, 74% of Vembi's people live below the poverty line. The people of South Africa can lay the blame squarely at the feet of President Jacob Zuma's government, who underinvest in poor municipalities. President Zuma's government daily betrays the legacy of former President Nelson Mandela's quest to create a better life for all. President Zuma has given us little more than the scandal of Nkandla, and instead of a better life for all, the ANC government has brought widespread misery. The ANC government promised to create 500,000 jobs per year for South Africans. This is a dream, considering that his administration has only managed 439,000 over their 5-year term in office. The reality, President Zuma, is that more than 1.8 million South Africans have joined the ranks of the unemployed, meaning that 8.1 million people who cannot find jobs or have abandoned all hopes and attempts to find employment. For the unemployed people, there is no yet any light to be seen. This past week, Standard & Poor's lowered South Africa's credit rating, while Fitch revised our growth outlook from stable to negative. Out of touch with a rapidly deteriorating economic climate, very little in the President's speech adequately addressed concerns raised by these rating agencies. The President proposes radical socioeconomic transformation to save the economy, but instead he merely bureaucratizes the problem. Instead of announcing immediate and truly bold reforms to recalibrate and revitalize our economy, we are enjoined to hear about 8 more examples of further monitoring or dialogue via another committee or task him to turn around the economy. This is tantamount, this is equivalent to parking job creation in the chat rooms of government. Declining economic growth, protracted labor unrest, high wage demands, and poor power capacity demand a more vigorous response than just another committee meeting. Talk shops and empty promises won't lead to the projected 5% growth the President offers. Yesterday, a great deal of lip service was paid to the implementation of the NDP. However, given that the ANC has squandered every opportunity to do so in the past, and instead have repeatedly propped up the state-centric IPAP and the new growth path, little faith can be placed in that commitment. It doesn't have much credibility. Today, Mr. President, your government represents a confusion of interests, a multitude of economic plans, and the sheer lack of direction. Mr. President, last night you indicated that 847 billion will be spent over 3 years on infrastructure development. There are 2 important truths relating to infrastructure expenditure. Firstly, the 1.5 trillion expenditure backlog that you inherited is a direct result of the historic failure of the ANC government to invest in productive assets in the past. Secondly, the government has not delivered on its promises around infrastructure investment in the past, and we are in fact seeing a growing gap between commitments to spend as opposed to actual spending. The government's under-expenditure on infrastructure is on average 19% of the budget, amounting to approximately 161 billion rands that needs to be financed. Unfortunately, the cost of borrowing has increased due to the negative forecast by the rating agencies, and the government's plan to promote infrastructure will land up costing us more than it should. The President fails to address the negative ratings and fails to explain how the national debt will be affected by the increased costs of borrowing. This all serves to show that the plan errs on hopeless idealism and a clear case of throwing money at a problem in the hopes that it will go away instead of holistic strategizing and a coherent, focused set of implementation. Mr. President, you tried to sell us a dream, and we are not buying it. Now, with regards to the Honorable Comrade Yunus Karim, let me say that it is true that in the past, the ANC waged a struggle that dealt with political freedom and economic freedom. But I ask the question now, whose interests does this ANC state serve? The interests of hungry children? No. The interests of the young? No. The interests of the unemployed? No. The interests of the poor? No. The interests of organized labor? Perhaps COSATU? The interests of big business? Very cozy relationship. The interests of small business? No. The interests of women? No. The interests of children? I say again, no. And so let me just say that the dream of Mandela has been surrendered in an ANC today that serves only the elite. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. The Honorable Holomisa.
Chairperson, Honorable President and Honorable Deputy President and Honorable Members. Phila Ngamala. Sakubona mhlekazi Phakamile. I wish to thank all the people who gave us the mandate to once more contribute in building a better South Africa. We will do our best to serve you. Idiye ninganiqali ke madoda. Ngiyayazi baxa nozikhulula iglabhu sikakubanzi. Chairperson, to achieve meaningful socio-economic transformation, the UDM believes that South Africans of all races should engage in a structured debate about our policy direction and priorities. This debate would, in addition to other issues, discuss the need to review the current over-reliance on population size as a major determining factor in the allocation of resources. We believe that when allocating resources, more emphasis should be placed on the developmental needs and economic disparities of each province. This will go a long way towards addressing past imbalances and backlogs. Given the increased role the state now plays in the economy, it is important for us to reach some form of consensus about our macroeconomic policy which will take us forward. We call for this because we are of the view that state intervention that results in higher public debt, high inflation, and more inefficiency defeats the purpose of the exercise. A discussion on how best government should pursue our developmental needs and objectives through state intervention would help locate the National Development Plan in the right context. It would also ensure that steps are taken to provide the essential policy details necessary for the implementation of the NDP. The recently approved by the Cabinet of the Defence Review should also form part of this broader discussion in line with our peacekeeping demands. Mr. President, we welcome steps government has taken to ensure sustainable mining and to improve the socio-economic conditions of the mine workers. We, however, believe that they do not go far enough. To deal decisively with mining, the UDM calls on government to set up a commission on mining to, among others, advise on the following: the socio-economic conditions of the workers and surrounding communities. 2, mine workers' access or lack thereof to a provident fund worth billions of rands. 3, how the workers' monies has been invested, especially in cases where the workers were retrenched or have retired or passed away. 4, the ownership of mines and mineral wealth, the allocation of mining rights, as well as who benefits from these mines. 5, the much talked about beneficiation programs. Eyoba ke nqamalala kuthiwe nguwe ozawukhokhela lento lomcimbi uxakekile mhlekazi. Le commission iza kunceda if ministries ngabantu abazi-experts. Le nto ithungwe kakuhle nalapha ku-National Development Plan. Then utusiya kwe-no-business nakwi-workers kuthiwe nazi findings. Into yoba kuthiwe izawukhokhelwa ngupresident, lo msebenzi mninzi kakhulu. This is not a child's play le uzawungena kuyo. And so sicebisa ke siyi-UDM uba kube khona law commission. Ayilo phando lokuthi kuzawuvalelwa umuntu kujonga nje uba ezi resources ziphilisa bani, zisenza ntoni. Finally, to turn around the local government, we believe that Minister Gordon needs to conduct a proper skills audit to ensure that the right people are employed in those areas. We further call on Minister Gordon to ensure that politicians are not involved in the awarding of tenders. Kamalala, we look forward to join you in your cleanup campaign for the environment during Nelson Mandela's Day. Say, I clean up UDM now by Kimali Namalala.
Your time has expired, sir.
No pensitla gulba uglashwe case namhlanje.
Honorable Holomisa, thank you very much.
Mr. President.
The Honorable Van Dam.
NCOP, Honorable President Zuma, Deputy President Ramaphosa, ministers, members of parliament, and guests in the gallery. I stand here today, a 30-year-old young black woman. I am aware of the hard-won freedoms and sacrifices.
Order, members. Please remember that maiden speeches are respected unless the maiden speaker does controversial things. You are protected.
I am aware of the hard-won freedoms and sacrifices it has taken for me to stand here today and have a voice. I am grateful for the sacrifices of women such as Lillian Ngoyi, Helen Joseph, and Helen Suzman. It is because of them and others that I am free. Malibongo igama lamakhosikazi. That being said, Honorable Chairperson, I cannot fully celebrate until I know all young people like myself are enjoying the fruits of freedom. Chairperson of the NCOP, I cannot celebrate while South Africa has the third highest unemployment rates in the world for people between the ages of 15 and 24. I cannot celebrate while 5.4 million of my peers are unemployed. I am grateful that Honorable Kasim has said that the youth is the future. What future are you offering these unemployed young people? It is for these young people that I stand here and say today, no, we deserve better. We deserve more. Chairperson of the NCOP, I think I speak on behalf of the vast majority of young people in South Africa when I ask, how long must we put up with corruption? How long must we put up with unemployment? How long, Chairperson, must we be okay with tidbits while we see ANC politicians living their best lives, driving expensive cars, living in 200 million mansions at the public expense? Sanele, enough is enough. In his State of the Nation address to this House yesterday, President Zuma spoke briefly about his plans for the youth, and I must say, he left me quite unsatisfied and a little disappointed. Chairperson, the DA has in the past been accused of criticizing for the sake of criticizing. Today, I will critique President Zuma's plans for our youth in the spirit of constructive criticism. I do not want to see our president fail, because his failure will mean that the lives of our young people do not improve. Honorable Chairperson, in his speech yesterday, the President committed to investing in education and skills development for, amongst others, our teachers. I did not hear anything concrete about this. Mr. President, in order to ensure that our children receive the best possible educational outcomes, we need, at the very least, 15,000 more teachers trained per year. We cannot afford to have our learners be amongst the worst in the world anymore. Also, to make sure that our children have the resources in order to produce these excellent outcomes, please, Mr. President, provide every child with a textbook in every subject and deliver on time. In addition, please increase the NSFA's budget to 16 billion so that no student is denied further education because they cannot afford it. Chairperson of the NCOP, in his speech, the President also committed to expanding the number of internship positions in the public sector. He did not give an indication of timelines or how many. We need at least 1 million internships to give work experience to young job seekers so that they can enter the job market prepared. Chairperson of the NCOP, we need more young people involved in the economy. Stop making it so difficult for young people to enter the economy with unnecessary red tape, endless forms, and all sorts of blockages. Cut red tape and provide more support and training for young entrepreneurs. And finally, Mr. President, I cannot stress this enough. Stop corruption and fire corrupt officials. Corruption steals jobs and takes food out of our mouths. This must come to an end. Mr. President, I trust you will take these suggestions from the place whence they come, a good place, a place where I and the DA want to see South Africa become the country we all want it to be. South Africa's youth deserve better and will get better. In the next 5 years, the DA will do its very best to make sure that this happens.
Thank you very much. The Honorable, the Minister of Human Settlements. Order, members. Honorable Minister, please continue.
Madam Chairperson of the NCOP, Mr. President, Mr. Deputy President, honorable members of the NCOP and of the National Assembly. Once again, we're treated to doomsday prophets in this opposition here that we have. It is almost like there's a formula that they've laid out that the president should follow, and if he deviates that, he deviates that at his own peril. He should have said something about this, he should have said something about that, he didn't say enough about this, he should have done this, or he should have done that. He should have referred to the NDP, he should have done that. What they forget is that we, the ANC, came here on the mandate of 62% of the people of this country. When the president speaks, he speaks on behalf of 62% of the voters, and that indicates what the policies of this government will be going forward. That's what he came to say here. If there was anything that the opposition would have wanted to add, they had always been given an opportunity to do so. But their vacuousness is echoing in the halls of this assembly today. All emptiness signifying nothing. Lest we forget, here is where we come from. The DA argued that they will become the government of Gauteng. They have failed. There is Mmusi Maimane, the premier-elect of Gauteng, sitting there.
Point of order.
Playing Honorable Mmusi Maimane from Soweto, sitting there, his dreams are out in, shut up.
Point of order. Point of order.
What is the point of order, sir?
Madam Chairperson, I ask you to rule whether it's parliamentary for the Honourable Minister to tell another member to shut up.
I've withdrawn. They promised that they will marginally improve their national standing to 30%. It was
the Honourable
22%.
Minister, you were asked to withdraw and you said you withdrew.
I withdrew before.
Are you satisfied, sir? Thank you. Please continue. Please continue.
He is
Minister.
sitting here playing second fiddle in some province where previously there sat somebody else who's now been sent to exile. Now that Madam has found another hired native in the form of Honorable Maimane, who shall forever be grateful to the ANC that led the struggle that today a black man is a much sought
Honourable
after
Minister,
commodity.
please hold your horses.
Madam Speaker, I rise on Rule of Order 14P of the Joint Rules, and I would say to you to rule whether a hired native is deemed as offensive and unbecoming language in this House.
Chairperson,
I will be advised on that. I will rule.
I am a native of this country and very proud of it.
Sir, I have said I will be advised on this and I will rule.
Thank you.
Yes, I don't know, ma'am, and please stop back-chatting the chair. Please continue, Minister.
He will forever be grateful for the ANC for having fought the struggle that today a black man is such sought-after commodity and handpicked to do the bidding of somebody else. Soon, he too will disappear.
Point of order, Madam Speaker. Madam Chair.
On a point of order, sir.
It's unparliamentary and un-African to call a black person a commodity. If the ANC thinks that black people are commodity, it's a shame, and I call on the Speaker to withdraw.
Chairperson, I stick to that. That is what the DA was doing, looking for a black commodity to run their elections. They found one. Chairperson, I'd like to proceed.
Proceed. I will rule on whether an honorable member can be called a commodity or not tomorrow. Please proceed, Minister. Minister, proceed. Come down, members.
Honorable Maimani, I waited for your speech in anticipation. Sadly, we've heard that speech given here before, and there's absolutely nothing new in it. Except the only thing I learned from that speech is that you come from Soweto, a revolutionary place, and I wonder how you come from that place and turned out like this. Honorable Chair, I took a vow, I'm packing up my bags and going to Ngobo. I cannot be associated with this. We heard the speech from exiled Lindiwe with a few
order, members. Order, members.
I
Continue,
belong
ma'am.
there. I'll go when I choose. There were only a few tweaks here and there. And we sit here and you tell us about the DA government. Where the DA governs, there is more misery for black people. Where the DA governs, there is the clearest, starkest inequality between the races. Where the DA governs, in winter, is the darkest period for black people, who invariably are knee-deep in floods, drenched and frozen in their shacks. Tomorrow, you should go to Philippi, you should go to Luandle and see the conditions of those people. See the living conditions of our people where the DA governs. Ask them how long they have been on the waiting list of the DA government for housing. What hypocrisy.
Is it a point of order, sir?
Yes, would the minister take a question about Sanral throwing people out in winter?
Minister, do you want to take a question? She has declined, sir. She has declined. Please take your seat. Proceed, Minister.
Thank you. What hypocrisy that you say that some of the money we have spent could have been spent better in a number of other issues. Maybe, maybe not. But what you forget is that in this province, governed by the DA, 30 billion was spent on consultants, no doubt cronies of the DA government. In this province, there is a scam readily available day in and day out. Right now, we sit with a scam that has been, with the complicity of the media, covered up, where millions are spent by the city of Cape Town in a scam called Design Capital. And what has happened here, members, is that the judges were paid to judge in favor of the city of Cape Town. A big scam. Maybe Honorable Maimane can explain to taxpayers in Cape Town and elsewhere why the DA bought this title, how much they paid for it, and how much it's still costing
Point of
us,
order.
and what we could have done with that money in the few
Honourable
years
Minister,
coming.
there is a point of order.
Madam Chairperson, I rise on Rule 14J, and I would submit that the Minister has made a reflection on judges and the honour of judges by saying that they would accept money to alter a judgment, and I would rule that that's unparliamentary.
Can we address you on the point of order? Chairperson.
Honorable Masuta.
Yes, may I address you on that point of order? There has been no reference to a specific judge, and therefore I do not know in what context this point of order has been raised.
Honorable members, calm down. The minister refers to a scam and people being paid off. I will look at the record. I did not hear the word judges. I will come back. I will come back and rule once I will come back and rule on this matter.
Point of order. Chairperson, point of order.
Point of order.
Over here.
Yes,
Chairperson,
Honorable Cronin.
the reference was to judges, a panel of international judges awarding an international a design capital for the particular year. It was not referring to the judiciary in South Africa at all. So the particular clause that he quotes is not relevant at all to this matter.
That is okay. I will still look at the record and come back to the House. Can we proceed, please?
I would like the honorable member to explain to this House how much was paid to the judges of this particular design capital endeavor, how much of that money would have been used elsewhere, and how this is defined outside the context of corruption and wasteful expenditure in the city of Cape Town. In a province where over the last 5 years, housing production has dropped by 30%. What a shame. Honorable Malema, welcome to this House, where manners is a very important part of our conduct, where your tongue, order, where your tongue is governed by the rules of Parliament, my dear. It will be a tough place for you, but we welcome you here. But the reason why you do not remember what the President's speech was about is because it clearly flew far above your head and your ability to grasp what he was saying. But hang in there. In a few years, you will remember what the President said. You will comprehend what the President said. Secondly, you make an allegation about the Marikana incident, and you accuse this government of improper action in that matter, while the EFF, in the meantime, has one of its members sitting as a representative of the miners in this particular tragedy. Yes, perhaps it might be better for us to understand how radical it will be for him to take the money that is paid by the state and give it back to the miners, as he says on this commission. Honorable Buthelezi, my respect for you prohibits me from responding to you. But you know that you've crossed the line. You've said what you said many times, and you do it all the time. For my sake, personally, please stop embarrassing me, and please stop embarrassing yourself. I love you too much for that. The President has a plan. He laid out the elements of the plan. The details of the plan are the responsibility of each minister in the coming budget debates. So if there's not enough cows out there or whatever it is that you're complaining about, Honorable Zogwana will fill in the gaps and tell you about cow disease and what he's doing with it. If there's anything else that you would like to know, attend the budget votes. When the President laid out his plan that the ruling party and government have been seized with for the last 2 weeks, while some of you were tanning in the sun, all of you here look very sun-tanned, and some of you in red overalls there were probably working on Malema's farm, we were very busy. We were very busy. The depth and the detail...
The point of order. Ndate Shibambo.
Look, we don't agree with this honorable thing, but the person who's speaking now said we're working in Malema's farm. So she must consistently say honorable, because we're forced all of us to say honorable here. So the honorable member who's speaking must consistently and reliably refer to the Commander-in-Chief of the EFF as Honorable Malema, please.
I'm sure the Honorable Minister has heard the Honorable Member reminding us all to be honorable in the House.
Yes, and also an affirmation that the honorable members were on Honorable Malema's farm. While you were on the farm, we were very busy. The depth and detail of the plan would certainly have been above the average intellectual capacity we have left. That is your problem. We are moving South Africa forward. Watch as we embark on radical changes now that we have consolidated the power of the state that we set up in the first administration in the last 5 years, of ensuring that our economy is on solid ground. What seems to be missing in our analysis coming out of this election is the fact that despite all this whining and whinging and all of this scaremongering that has been going on for years, we got 62% of the election in a democratic state that is a landslide victory by any measurement. A landslide victory by any measurement, 40% above the second highest vote catcher. Our people have shown their confidence in us once again. We worked very hard for it, and we're grateful that our people have faith in us and that it is solid. So solid that Mampela Rampela was reduced from a much sought after damsel to a damsel in distress, rejected even by her own party. Now out in the wilderness. Cope, so decimated, leaving poor Terra, once puffed up, Honorable Ligota, shriveled, absolutely shriveled. And Honorable Holomisa, running, begging the miners in Marikana, hey, do you remember me?
Uyafuna manje ngiphendule. Ngiphendule therefore.
May I continue, Chairperson?
Honorable Holomisa, whatever it is that you are whispering is unparliamentary because it can't be heard. Please proceed, Minister.
Hey, do you remember me? I'm that dictator who freed you from Matanzima. Please vote for me. Well, my dearest brother, it paid off. That's why we have you here. And I was very pleased to listen to what you're saying because you brought sense back with you. Thank you for coming back. The opposition's general election strategy was based on innuendo, malignant attacks, rumor mongering, and outright slander against the People's Organization and its president. The same malignant innuendo that is repeated here by Honorable Maimane and Honorable Malema. Our people have matured over time, and their answer to these nefarious designs was that together with the ANC, we'll move South Africa forward. Our people's hopes are not misplaced in us. Our people's vital wishes and deep desires sit at the heart of the ANC's long tradition of resistance. Our people know that year in and year out we have built roads, opened new clinics, built new hospitals, and while new schools are opened in the Eastern Cape, one every week. And the President indicated here that by August 2014, there will be proper furniture in those schools, procured through proper procurement processes. Eat your heart out, Malema. Our people know that year after year we give them houses. Our people know that we connect new houses to electricity. Our people know that we support families of vulnerable people through a basket of social assistance that this government's grant system has created to take them out of poverty, that we've rolled out antiretrovirals, and the list goes on. We dedicated a great deal of time before this election telling the good story of what this government has done. And as the President has indicated yesterday, we spent a great deal of time on the ground listening to the people to find out what has been achieved and what has not been achieved. And what he heard was, Mr. President, please deal with the economy so that we can secure jobs for our youth, so that we can prosper. Mr. President, please deal with local government and its shortcomings. And that's exactly what he has done. Programs have been put in place. These are not just empirical, but based on practical experience of matters at the core of our second phase of transformation of our democracy to fulfill a better life for our people. No, I haven't. As we sit here, Mr. President, the people of Luandle are drowning in water, shivering, shunned by this province. The Minister of Transport, the Deputy Minister, and myself had to come here and rescue them from the plight that they were in. Until we got here, nobody cared because they're black. What's more, they were even shunned by communities that we tried to place them to, based on the deeply entrenched racial divide in this province. Honorable Maimane, the President has indicated that he will intervene and help with the billing system of the city of Johannesburg. We will also intervene and help the Western Cape with its housing delivery and sanitation, so that we take our people out of running around with buckets of unseemly matters to throw them at the airport. We will do that to make sure that they're not reduced to that. We will intervene to help the province eradicate the apartheid spatial planning, because quite clearly they are struggling with that. Please convey this message to the province on our behalf, Honorable Maimane. Amongst the very good announcements that were made by the President, which unfortunately seems to have passed by over the heads of most people, was the fact that the President has indicated that we are intervening in mining towns to revitalize them, to make sure that we do not have a condition like Marikana ever again, that our people who work in the mines are housed in decent conditions, and that their dignity is restored. Honorable Maimane, join us in this quest to create a better country for all our people. The President dealt in detail with the problems of service delivery at local government level, that layer of government closest to our people, where inexperience, lack of skills, political interference, and corrupt practice were identified in our analysis. If we hope to improve the economy, we knew we had to build the necessary capacity in the state to do so. We had the MFPA, but that was not enough. The NDP pointed it out to us, and we energetically set about to provide the framework that in the Public Administration Bill is very clearly spelled out, where it is possible now to take skills and make sure we can transfer them to where they are needed most, largely in local government, where we will have uniform standards set throughout all three spheres of government in line with the Constitution. And importantly, we banned all public servants from doing business with the state to help reduce the incidence of corruption. I must add at this point, Mr. President, that I was heartened to read the comments of Mr. Kas Kovadia, the Chief Executive Officer of Business Unity South Africa, BUSA, to your speech when he said, and I quote, "The concentration on energy was very important, and the focus on local government was also very positive. There is certainly room for the private sector and government to work on that, because the private sector has the capacity it can second to bring to bear on the capacity of local government," unquote. Let all South Africans with a conscience come forward and rally behind our effort. That is what we can do. This is what we're asking you. What can you do to help? What can you do for this country? We have the skills. We have the skills in abundance. When that happens across all sectors of our society, when people come forward to say, I can help, this is what I can do for my country, when we have achieved a national identity and a national consciousness that demands us to give willingly, so that we together as all South Africans can move South Africa forward, because after all, South Africa belongs to all of us who live with it, then we will have arrived at the place we fought for so long. I thank you.
Order, members. We will now suspend the business for 15 minutes. The bells will be rung for 5 minutes before the resumption of the House. This House is suspended.
We can probably expect more of the same.
Was er die nieuwe in?
Nee, dat is niet speaker.
Oh, is hier. Daar is ons dan een man te wees. Nee, man. Ja. Dit is die daar. Ja, I see. I can't change it now. Can I tackle him?
What they did is they changed the name, they pre-filled the name. So that's what they do. Click on the name.
Please take your seat. Honorable members, Honorable President, Honorable Deputy President, we shall now proceed to the next speaker, and I see is Honorable Kubai.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker, His Excellency, the President of the Republic, President Zuma, Deputy President, honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, Liperil. I just want to start with something. Honorable Lindiwe Sisulu, I come from Soweto. I was born and raised in Soweto, and I will never abandon Soweto. It's my home. And I'm very unfortunate, I also have the same view because young people of Soweto are very conscious because they understand consciousness goes with patriotism and understanding of what goes in terms of the organization and the country where it goes. Just to say something to Honorable Fandame, Bar le potla le ja motho. O ska tata ngwaneso. Ithute this place. Otherwise, o banele motsotso le Honorable Mazibuko over tea session before I exile. She will teach you a lot what she has made her to go into exile. One thing I want to highlight, and which is a legacy of Mema Zibuko when she left, is DA's contradictions on police. Just today, two of them contradicted each other. Honorable James stood up here contradicting his party leader just on the podium today. That's the legacy because they've been doing it even in the past 5 years. One of them says it is not the responsibility of government to create jobs. The other one says, President, you must create jobs. So that's part of the problems that they have. And I think they have continued even with the howling. They howl more than anyone else. But another thing, President, what I want to say is that when they say you are out of touch with the people, it's because mawukhankasa ungena ezindlini every day. They don't go. Kuya abantu abamnyama. Uyibheka icampaign yabo. Kuhamba abantu abamnyama mara makufika la bamhlophe qwa. So the contradiction is what you find on the ground campaigning and what you find in the house. Two different things. That's why there is that issue of saying, abayaz lento ikhuluma abantu le wena uyizwile mawenza door to door. So siyaba understand about you are out of touch when we were doing door to door. Just want to say, honorable members, today the debate takes place at the days after the 38th anniversary of the commemoration of June 16, which is now known as Youth Day. Young people took to the streets of Soweto to protest against inferior education, which was forced to them by the apartheid regime. It was and it's still unfortunate that the regime didn't want to see the peaceful march proceed despite various leaders at that time taking platform to emphasize that the march was peaceful. The police released live ammunition and murdered small children who were unarmed and harmless. As President O.R. Tambo said during the 10th anniversary of the Soweto uprising, I think it's going to assist you to listen because you are going to learn the history of Soweto as a child of Soweto standing up here and speaking. As President O.R. Tambo said during the 10th anniversary of the Soweto uprising, I quote, "On this truly historic occasion, the nation will pay befitting tribute to the young heroes and martyrs, including 8-year-olds who fell in the titanic battle against the forces of apartheid oppression." I end quote. Re tswela pele go leboga bagale ba rena ka go retela pele ba lwane ka gore mammotla baswa today ka ra Soweto ka ra Gugulethu ka ra Khayelitsha ba kgona go ema ba be le bokamoso bo bokaone. These are young people who were committed to the contribution to the liberation of this country. They refused to watch from the sideline but be part of the solution. They were prepared to raise their voices against their challenges. This is the culture we must inculcate amongst youth. We need to see young people being part of finding solutions to the challenges our country faces. There is a need to develop young people who are patriotic about their country and are proud to be South Africans and Africans. The time has come for young people to be part of the solution and not wait for delivery to come to them. However, in order to realize the idea of economic emancipation, our youth needs to have a change in focus and be patriotic, and also know that they've got to be part of the solution and do something and seize the opportunities that exist. Patriotism goes together with consciousness. An unconscious youth is dangerous to our society. As it has been said, that an unconscious person is like an untrained soldier who has a loaded barrel because he can kill people without being trained. Indeed, South Africa is a better place for young people compared to 1994. And working together with the youth of South Africa under the ANC-led government, we shall build a better place for all to live in. Since the dawn of democracy in 1994, far-reaching opportunities have been created for the youth of our country through the transformation agenda of the ANC-led government. A number of institutions were established to champion and guard the interests of young people, amongst others the NYDA. Some of the interventions include support to the youth entrepreneurship initiatives and cooperatives through its business grant program, a strong non-financial support program involving a suite of service and required for awarding grants to ensure viability and preparedness of enterprises or cooperatives to ensure sustainability. The NYDA has also, amongst other interventions, entered into a formal agreement with Small Enterprise Finance Agency and Industrial Development Corporation, as well as other DFIs, to provide comprehensive support to youth enterprises. It's because you believe in the BEE that creates jobs. That's why you are saying that. The concerted effort of the ANC-led government in advancing youth development has been further evidenced by leading and signing of Youth Accord in April 2013. By the way, a youth leader of DA was part of signing this accord. I don't know why you are screaming. The cooperation of various stakeholders in the signing of the Youth Accord is, and indeed, a clear sign that South Africa agrees to move forward with the ANC-led government. The Youth Accord details the obligation of government, labor, youth formation, and the private sector in addressing the challenges facing our youth. President O.R. Tambo summarizes the importance of youth in any country when he said, I quote, "A nation that does not take care of its youth has no future and does not deserve one," unquote. The NDP identifies youth unemployment as the single greatest risk to social stability in South Africa. Hence, the agency and commitment of the ANC, both in its election manifesto and the President's SONA, acknowledged and provided a clear program of action to address the challenges. The problem is that you scream, you don't listen. Probably you were sleeping yesterday, you didn't hear the President. Mr. President, indeed, under your leadership, South Africa is moving forward, and as highlighted in your speech last night, a number of interventions are intended to address the challenges facing the youth of our country. However, these government programs and interventions for our youth require our young people to focus, be responsible, and be willing to build a country and a future for themselves. The 1976 youth delivered on the narrative of its generation. It is therefore an obligation of this generation to take these opportunities and move South Africa forward. It is in the understanding of the complex challenges facing both our urban and rural youth that the President Zuma detailed the following interventions to address the challenges of our youth, being under the Youth Accord, employment tax incentive, youth service programs. However, the nature of these interventions requires our youth to work with the ANC-led government in moving South Africa and have the conscience and the sense of patriotism to continue making South Africa a much better place than it was in 1994. The success of the youth incentive scheme in a short period of time of its implementation has been nothing short of remarkable, and it has created more than 133,000 job opportunities for our youth, and as highlighted by the President yesterday. Furthermore, the increased participation of the private sector in youth incentive scheme will further ensure greater employment opportunities for our youth. We therefore urge those sectors that have not yet registered with the program to do so and assist in building a better future for our young people in this country. It is important, and it is more so because we have a successful example in the car manufacturing industry where both government incentives and government commitment in attracting, directing foreign investment had led to sustainability of jobs and increased inflow of investment into the country. ANC-led government, together with patriotic South Africans, is a government, patriotic South African in government, that it is a government that is committed to make South Africa a better place than it was in 1994. Mr. President, we have a good story to tell. And that story is not narrated through, I quote, believe that we can, unquote, but through practical implementation of the ANC manifesto. With the realization of that, we have increased need of skilling young people. The CITAS, in collaboration with the public FET, remains the beacon of hope for many of our youth who cannot access university but required to provide the practical skills to the ever-increasing demands of both the renewable energy, ICT, and water sector. Indeed, South Africa is a better place than it was before, with programs like EPWP, which are intended to provide 6 million job opportunities by 2017. The EPWP creates work opportunities in 4 sectors, namely infrastructure, non-state, environment and culture, and social. Through increasing the labor intensity of government funding infrastructure projects under the infrastructure sector, creating work opportunities through the NPO and community work program under the non-state sector, and creating work opportunities in public environment and culture, and cultural programs under the environment and culture sector, creating work opportunities in public social programs under the social sector. Moving forward, the implementation of the youth set aside as per the Youth Accord will be important. The commitment is that solar water heater installation program that should be made youth-focused sector. These are clear indicatives of a direct intervention by the ANC government. 60% of labor intake in new projects for green economy projects to be young people. 60% of labor intake to be youth in the infrastructure program. 80% of new employment to be young people in the business service sector. The young people of South Africa can be assured. The young people of South Africa can be sure that they will participate and benefit in the radical transformation of our economy, but that would not be done through destroying what we have built over the last 20 years. In conclusion, Honorable Deputy Speaker, allow me to quote one of the sons of the African soil, Kwame Nkrumah. I quote, "Countrymen, the task ahead is great indeed, and heavy is the responsibility, and yet it is a noble and glorious challenge. A challenge which calls for the courage to dream, the courage to believe, the courage to dare, the courage to do, the courage to envision, the courage to fight, the courage to work, the courage to achieve the highest excellencies and the fullest greatness of men. Dare we ask for more in life?" I unquote. Just to say something, one of the things that is very important is No, we'll get you a choir conductor, don't worry, so that we can conduct you when you sing. But here it's a platform where we debate on ideological issues. Unfortunately, because you do not have an ideological origin, you are left with no option but to sing. It is important that when we stand here, we understand that one of the things that we have as an obligation is to be responsible and give direction to South Africans. We are here to provide leadership. We are here to lead society, whether you are in opposition or not. It is the responsibility. ANC government has been, we are coming from elections. We are given a whole 62%. And we want to say that we are not in government. We are in government. We have been given a mandate, it has been renewed, and we are here to lead in 5 years. So deal with it.
Honorable members on my left, you are not making my induction very helpful. You are screaming, so we can't even hear any of whatever useful interjection you may be making. So stop screaming, please, mate, and give speakers a chance to handle the stuff. The next speaker is Honorable N.W.A. Michael.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, Mr. President, Deputy President, and fellow members. Today I address you in a fully lit assembly while millions of South Africans are visited by load shedding and darkness in these cold winter months. Is it not ironic that at the very moment the President delivered his SONA address, Eskom announced phase 1 of rolling blackouts? The question that all South Africans would like the answer to is quite simple. Will the lights be going off at Nkandla too? This is not where South Africans expected to be in June 2014. In fact, quite the contrary. Following promises of increased capacity to the national electricity grid, through the completion of major power projects such as Medupi and Kusile, we find ourselves often in the dark and continuously lied to regarding our country's electricity supply. In his address last night, in the midst of these rolling blackouts, the President failed to provide any meaningful direction on how this administration will tackle the problem right now or indeed accelerate the delivery of the Medupi and Kusile power plants. The Medupi project, which was meant to be operational by late 2012, has undergone several delays, with the latest extension now scheduled for completion in early 2015. The cost to South Africans has been astronomical. Medupi's initial 90 billion rand price tag, roughly triple the price tag per megawatt of any other coal power station across the world, now looks set to come in at roughly 150 billion rand. Deputy Speaker, the Medupi power station has become one of the most significant failures of Jacob Zuma's administration. The scandals that have shrouded the project are unacceptable and in many cases completely unacceptable. When Chancellor House, the ANC's investment vehicle, paid 6 million rand for its stake in Hitachi Power Africa in 2009, it seemed a questionable investment.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, a point of order, please. The Speaker on the podium referred to Jacob Zuma, and we are having a democratically elected Honourable President in this House. I think must be given the due respect he deserves. Can you rule on that, please? Thank you.
Honourable Member, that's standard practice.
Quite right, Mr. Speaker. Mr. President Jacob Zuma's administration. Honourable President Jacob Zuma's administration. When Chancellor House, the ANC's investment vehicle, paid 6 million rand for its stake in Hitachi Power Africa in 2009, it seemed a questionable investment. At the time, Hitachi Power Africa was a newly formed entity, had no contracts, no clients, no track record. But curiously, a while later, it was awarded a 38 billion rand contract for the installation of boilers at Medupi. In February, Chancellor House sold its stake in Hitachi for an undisclosed amount. This is corruption, plain and simple. The ANC government awarded itself a massive contract that filled its re-election coffers. Meanwhile, Hitachi's work has been a considerable source of delays at Medupi and therefore a significant contributor to our present power crisis. This is unacceptable, and the question needs to be asked. Where is the power, Honourable President? Eskom's incapacity not only strips South Africans of access to stable electricity, which they deserve, but it also hampers production of economic growth and constrains future job creations. Often to prevent blackouts, Eskom pays South Africa's biggest power consumers, profitable businesses, to shut down production, preventing production at a time when we need radical economic growth. Precious public money is thus ineffectively spent on private enterprise, compensating them for not being productive and not creating jobs. In 2008, the blackouts cost our country an estimated 200 million rand per day. 200 million rand per day. This cost is likely to be doubled today. Until Eskom can keep the lights on, confidence in our economy will regress and jobs will not be created. What the DA and South Africans find most unacceptable about the present energy crisis is that it was completely unavoidable. Indeed, for several years, South Africans had been told that the excessive electricity price increases were necessary to stop further blackouts. While Eskom and the government do not deliver on their mandates, consumers have no option but to pay ever-increasing electricity prices. Eskom's monopolistic stranglehold over the South African economy must end. Attempts by the DA to table the Independent Systems Market Operator Bill, which would allow independent power producers to feed into the national grid or to feed power supply directly to consumers, thereby reducing pressure on Eskom, has been stopped at every turn by the ANC. Yet suddenly yesterday, we heard from the President that the ISMO bill was back on Parliament's agenda. We welcome this rather uncharacteristic move, but choose to remain sceptical until we see real follow-through and comment from the ANC in Parliament. The DA will continue to fight to dismantle Eskom's monopoly through the creation of a transmission service operator, which would be entrusted with energy modelling and procurement for energy from both Eskom and IPS. The DA remains committed to investing 10% of South Africa's GDP on energy infrastructure development. This massive investment in infrastructure would include new electricity generation capacity and would ensure that our economy is adequately supplied. A DA government would ensure proper accountability in the management of South Africa's electricity generation and distribution grid. We would end the exorbitant bonuses for executives who fail to execute their basic mandate. We would hold contractors accountable for shoddy work and delays. Deputy Speaker, I am furious, and the South African population is furious. Our country deserves better. In fact, it deserves so much better. Honourable President, I ask you again, where is the electricity?
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable MGP Lekota.
Deputy Speaker, thank you very much. Honourable President, congratulations are in order after this election campaign. Deputy President, and congratulations to everybody that has been entrusted by the people to participate in contributing to the running of the affairs of our nation. Thank you very much. May I take this opportunity, Deputy Speaker, to extend also our gratitude to our own supporters who saw fit that they should return us to the House so that we must continue to make the innings that we will be making. It's a very special privilege to be trusted by the people to go and do the work on their behalf. Mr. President, your speech identified the need to deal with the issue of the economy as a critical issue to take the country forward. That really did raise hope, and I thought that especially against the backdrop of the adoption of the National Development Plan, that you had a framework within which you could place the country and take it forward within that framework of the National Development Plan. And we were very optimistic that that is the route we would take. However, save for the fact that you identified this as the area of attack, it doesn't appear that your government has a plan to implement this national development plan to take the country forward, and it cannot be otherwise. So when you made the prediction that we will take the economy, or you intend to take the economy to the growth levels of 5%, it's very difficult to see how that can be done without a sustainable framework of implementation of strategies. It cannot be that we will attain 5% growth rate from where we are at the present time, given the difficulties that the country is faced with. We will not be able to do that, not by eliminating pit toilets in Kroonstad. We will not be able to do that with one or two municipalities that you are talking about, because taxpayers' money cannot finance sustainable development. It's the private sector that needs to be drawn in, that need to be given certainty that it can invest hugely, both from domestic and international community. It can invest in this country, satisfied that its investment will be protected. But that investment will not go into government projects. It has to go into primary industries, and it has to go into secondary industries, manufacturing and beneficiation and so on. The issues you told us about yesterday do not deal with those basics of any functioning economy. And thirdly, I thought that you might be able to say something about what we are going to do with labor laws. Comrade President, as we speak to you today, the people of Diepsloot, well, Honorable President, don't divert me. Honorable President, as we speak to you today, the people of Diepsloot, Marikana, Guguletu, and so on, they are hungry because they have no jobs. And they want to eat tonight. Their children want to eat tonight. Therefore, it is critical that space is opened, that small businesses must begin to grow. But if legislation makes it difficult, I think the point is made, Mr. President. Thank you very much.
On a point of order, Deputy Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Member.
I think that the Honourable Lekota is sitting in a wrong seat. The last time I remember he was sitting here. I thought we are not allowed to move seats just anyhow in this house. Thank you very much.
Honourable Nzimande, there's no floor crossing here. Honourable Minister of Small Business, it's your time. It's the Honourable Minister's maiden speech.
Yes. Honourable President, Honourable Deputy Speaker, members of the House, comrades and friends, I never thought in the life of me that I would speak after Honourable Lekota, him being on the other side. I have come to terms with the fact that now I have to look at him not from the point where I used to look at him 10, 15, 20 years ago. I would also like to say to Honourable Lekota, I hope when you congratulated those who voted for COPE, you also meant to congratulate former voters of COPE who realized that COPE is a party without a future. You will be welcome on the other side. I, like millions of South Africans, am a product of a grandmother who not only had a dream, but worked very hard to turn that dream to reality. A strong, self-reliant woman who graduated from being a domestic worker to a hawker selling soft goods to a small business person. She probably is smiling where she is today. She pushed me into doing a course on cooperatives, and I never understood what that course would do for me at that time. But today, I had to dig deeper into those studies of commerce and other subjects to fit into my new responsibility. The reason I am bringing up something so personal is simply because I think waking up to the reality of the economic challenges facing our country must be confronted by all, not just by government alone. Government must do and will do what it can to create a conducive environment like paying business people on time, but citizens must also take responsibility in taking advantage of opportunities where they present themselves. Like my grandmother, she did not have any government to refer to. She did not have any institutions to refer to. She did not have any banks to go to get a small loan in order for her to do her legal business. However, the people today have got a government that has made sure that the regulatory environment, the laws that have been passed are conducive for them. And I know, of course, that dealing with small business, there is a lot that we have to do to dig deeper into looking at some of the regulations and the legislation to see if it is conducive for our people. We are in the month of June. Much has been said about that, so I will not go into that. And I would like to say to young people of today, many stories have not been told about many who sacrificed their lives, many whose bodies litter 6 feet down in the belly of Africa and in some other countries. Young people of today have a base from which they can fly. Those that we left out there did not have that base. Today, Honorable Deputy Speaker, we have a government and a leadership with a plan for the future, the National Development Plan. Our task is to fund and implement it. We have a constitution, we have institutional recourse for the people of South Africa. My grandmother did not have that institutional recourse. The ANC's 52nd conference directed that there be more emphasis on measures to enhance economic growth, including the development of small business. The people of South Africa engaged in small business and cooperatives have been for a while now calling for a ministry that can be focused on development, considering the potential for small business to ignite the economy. Their voices have been heard. The National Development Plan states that 90% of jobs will be created through small and expanding companies by 2030. 2030 might sound very far, it's not very far. That small businesses are resource efficient and have a greater dependence on labor. We will pay special attention to this as we put our strategic plans together. The new ministry, Honorable Deputy Speaker and members of the House, will be about the hawker, the florist, the plumber out there who have grand plans but do not know as to how to be assisted or where to go to get that support. It will be about bringing the assistance and information right to their doorsteps, in the townships, in the villages, and in rural areas. It will be about fast-tracking structure and institutional process to create a conducive environment for small businesses and cooperatives. We believe strongly that small business is everyday business, and small business is filled with extraordinary prospects and expectations. It will be about coordinating one strategy that overlaps throughout all spheres of government. It will be about harnessing resources for the people that it is meant for. So as I stand here, I'm 100% sure that each and every department where it is, it has one thing or the other for small business people. We will be knocking on your doors very soon, honorable members. For economic transformation to take center stage, as the President clearly articulated yesterday, this government has to put the economy on an inclusive growth path. That being the case, small business development must also take center stage to ensure economic development, transformation, and inclusion. Much has been achieved through the work done by the Department of Trade and Industry and Economic Development, but it is very clear that we need to change the way we view small business if the new department is to thrive. That change, honorable members, is not only meant for government alone, but the people who choose the path of small business and entrepreneurship as their life to sharpen their skills and be alive to opportunities that are there, and the opportunities are there. The newly established ministry will focus on enhanced support for small business and cooperative development. In this regard, an emphasis will be placed on programs to advance entrepreneurship, particularly amongst women, youth, and people with disability. Additional support will include access to finance, business skills development, market access, competitiveness, easing the regulatory burden and advancing localization, particularly leveraging on public procurement. The President did also speak to that. Therefore, by facilitating pockets of innovative and geographically responsive small business through local economic development strategies, through incubation programs, promoting and strengthening innovation among small business, particularly an export-oriented manufacturing and service provision, and targeting indigenous knowledge systems such as pharmaceuticals and medicines, seeking banking and agriculture, focusing on informal business upliftment. We have been seeing on TV of late that there are demonstrations that are taking place in Pretoria. We will look into that and see what is it that we can do to make sure that the environment under which informal business operates is conducive to them too. We will advance the pillars captured in the ANC government Mahutla, the action plan on radical economic transformation, which calls for key interventions, which include elimination of unnecessary regulatory burden and reduce input costs to foster more inclusive growth, expand economic opportunities for historically excluded and vulnerable groups, ensure that productive sectors account for larger share of production and employment. Honorable members, this mandate requires a radical realignment of institutions that enable and support small business development, including the Department of Trade and Industry, the Department of Economic Development, National Treasury, Science and Technology, Development Finance Institution, the Education Department too, because we truly believe that the issue of entrepreneurial spirit must not only start when people have finished their school and they think they have nothing else to do. This must be inculcated as they are in schools. We acknowledge and applaud the good work done through existing programs, among others, the supplier development and various entrepreneurship and incubation initiatives. Partnerships will assist us to take this forward in a quest to take South Africa forward. The realignment will entail a cross-sectoral focus wherein some of the direct functions will migrate to the new department, while some cross-cutting functions will remain as a collaborative contact point. In this regard, we will ensure that the relevant transversal agreements between cluster ministries are considered with particular focus on industrial policy, access to finance, public procurement, supplier development, and creation of black enterprises. Honorable Speaker, Deputy Speaker, members of the House, we are in no illusion about the scale of this effort. The amount of goodwill that came through since the announcement by the President of the decision to have this ministry has been overwhelming. We cannot fail our people. Where matters depend entirely on our ministry, we will leave no stone unturned to fulfill our mandate. We will have no space for mediocrity, no room for failure, no room for crippling bureaucracy. Too many South Africans have their hopes have high hopes on this ministry. I am sure that myself, supported by the Deputy Minister Elizabeth Tabete and staff, will not fail in the task ahead of us. Honorable members, we now have an office at the DTI campus, 77 Menji Street, Sunnyside, Pretoria. And Honorable Monkonyane, we also do have an email address which we can be contacted, and we also do have a post box. I had no plan to divert from this speech, honorable members, but however, I have to respond to Honorable Maimane's claim that the DA has done well on small business. Facts show differently. During the 5 years, the DA-run Western Cape government scaled down support for small business efforts such as Red Door that was set up to help young people, young small entrepreneurs. In the same period, national government stepped up in support to small business in the Western Cape. National government support for small and medium enterprises in the Western Cape was in the excess of 2 billion, while the Western Cape cut budgets. The national support for small and medium enterprises via IDC, CEFA, NEF, Co-ops Unit, and Agro-Processing Fund, just to add a few. If only the DA Western Cape government did half as much as they claim, there would be more progress in supporting the entry of more black-owned small business enterprises in the country. While this is my maiden speech, I just could not resist from making those comments and sending that message to the ANC, to the DA, that the African National Congress leads, that the African National Congress leads. Thank you.
Honorable Minister, Honorable Panchen Trey.
Mr. Chairperson, since the ancient Greeks, effective states have been governed in a clean and corruption-free manner and with professional financial management. I'm using these two enduring principles to evaluate the present government. Since President Zuma came to power, he's made promises about fighting corruption in every single State of the Nation address. In 2011, he said, the fight against corruption continues. In 2013, corruption is a burning issue. In February 2014, he promised to clamp down on tenderpreneurs. Yesterday, he promised to tackle procurement problems. We know the problems, but what is the reality? The World Bank finds between 2009 and 2012, the Zuma government's control over corruption has weakened by 10%. According
Honorable
to
Deputy
Transparency
Speaker,
International.
Point of order, please. We are having Honorable President Zuma's administration, not the Zuma administration, please.
President Zuma's government's control over corruption has weakened by 10%. According to Transparency International Corruption Index, under President Zuma, clean governance has deteriorated with 17 places. In sharp contrast to this stands the Western Cape. In its first year in government, the DA passed a law that prohibits officials from doing business with government. This creates confidence and leads to job creation. The DA also opened tender committees to the public, further strengthening business confidence. But what did President Zuma do? He awarded contracts to cadres like the Nakantla architect Minenhle Makanya. The next essential component of effective government is professional financial management. President Zuma further stated that under him, governance is getting better. But what are the facts? According to Auditor General Kim Makwetu, during the last financial year, misappropriation of public money has escalated by 33%. Makwetu also finds in the same period, government departments had spent more than 2 billion rand in a fruitless and wasteful manner, and a further 26 billion rand in an irregular manner. And the Special Investigations Unit estimates that every year, up to 30 billion rand is lost as a result of corruption in government procurement. That's almost 1,000 rand per second. These staggering findings must be ascribed to the fact that 93% of the President Zuma's government departments simply disregard financial regulations. The question is, does the root cause of this mismanagement not lie at the center of government with number one? Over 240 million rand of public money was spent on his private home at Nakantla for security upgrades like a cattle kraal, a chicken run, and a swimming pool. 3.6 million rand of public money was spent on legal fees to prevent the release of tapes with the real facts about President Zuma. When President Zuma announced yesterday that he will locate a tender board in the presidency, we gasped about this recipe for unscrupulous centralized dishonesty. We remember that 783 criminal charges were lodged against President Zuma for money laundering, fraud, and corruption. With the 30 billion rand squandered by his government every year, a DA government can pay 162,000 new teachers and award bursaries to 500,000 students. The point is, a government can create jobs by cutting corruption on the one hand and developing skills on the other. Last year, the independent South African Institute of Government Auditors found that 7 of the 10 best managed provincial departments were in the Western Cape. Clearly, the DA provides the best government in South Africa. That is why this party is growing so spectacularly, and why on 7 May, more than 4 million South Africans voted DA.
Honorable Godi, Aruglewe Nandati.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, comrades and honorable members. Comrade President, I wish on behalf of the APC to congratulate you on your re-election as President of the Republic, as well as on your State of the Nation address. There can be no question about the urgent need for economic transformation. Otherwise, we'll just continue to reproduce the socio-economic relations inherited from settler colonial rule. Economic development must be the central task if we're to improve the quality of life for the African people in particular, and the scourge of unemployment, poverty, and inequality. The APC therefore calls on government to take bold measures and play a decisive role in the economy. The private sector has not covered itself in glory on issues of transformation, be it affirmative action, employment equity, or job creation. Looking up to them only will be like waiting for Godot. On the commitments the President has made, we can only say that unless political and administrative leadership is exercised firmly and decisively, we will continue to have the gap between policy and implementation. We will continue to have challenges about the quality and timeliness of services, especially to poor African communities. There must be a paradigm shift in favor of the people. Let's use the Leninist dictum, everything for the people and nothing against the people. In that way, we'll eliminate a lot of whys. Why is it that social and labor plans of the mining companies are not properly monitored and enforced? Why is it that the D accounts in the provinces are not audited by the Auditor General and there's no transparency and accountability about them? Why is it that communities that are rich in mineral deposits live in abject poverty? Why is it that the people of Green Park in Ward 19 here in Cape Town, 20 years staying in that area, do not have a single formal house, have no electricity? Why is it that land claims, our regional offices, why is it that there is such poor communication with land claimants? Why is it that there is poor handling of land claims? Early childhood development centers, the funding, the management of all these. I can go on and on, but thank you, Honorable.
Sorendadi. Honorable James Lorimer.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, I was disappointed to see reports in the media after a recent meeting of the ANC's National Executive Committee that recommitted the government to increased state intervention in the mining sector. Since the Sims document emerged monstrously from the statist crypt, we have had continued costs in the 3 state-owned mining companies that we know of. We've had a sector that continues to reel under the assault of bad regulation conducted badly, which disincentivizes investment. We've had the unfortunate conjunction of that bad regulation with the utter failure of state labour and local government policy that resulted in the Marikana shootings. To cap it all, there's the new mining law, the MPRDA bill, which was rushed through in the dying hours of the 4th Parliament. Now, in that Sims report, there was grandiose talk of the creation of between 400,000 and 1 million jobs within 2 years of the plan being accepted. Now, it's about 2 years on now. How's that working out? Our undemocratic labour dispensation has led to a platinum strike, which has still not ended, and which has seen mining as measured by Stats SA go down by almost a quarter. That's the biggest drop in 47 years. We've seen miners on the Platinum Belt lose more than 10 billion rand in wages. I'm told that 128 businesses in Rustenburg have had to close their doors. It's not just the strike that's to blame. The New Look MPRDA was a galactically damaging and irresponsible piece of legislation. It will cost us jobs. By our count, it may be unconstitutional for up to 8 different reasons. It has resulted in, if not the death of our oil and gas industry, which has much potential, then the placing of that industry in intensive care. One oil company has announced publicly it's redirecting what's believed to be tens of millions of rands in exploration expenditure from South Africa this year to other countries, not surprisingly, because the MPRDA effectively allows for nationalisation. Even drillers for shale gas, which is less risky, which the Honourable President described in hopeful terms last night, are nervous and wondering whether it is worthwhile committing any money to South Africa. The only reason those companies are still around is either because they've already committed money or because that they're still hoping that somebody, somewhere in government will see sense and scrap the amendment bill. We heard last night about big plans to talk to big business, as if this will magically make a difference. Well, oil and gas drillers talked to government about the MPRDA, and they talked, and government didn't listen. Unless government's attitude changes, nothing else will. What this government has to realize is that its decisions have consequences, and it should not just be engaged upon finding ways to divert more of the people's money via the state to the pockets of comrades, cronies, and cousins. This government has a duty to the people of South Africa, in whose interest it serves. It owes a duty to people like the wife of a platinum miner, who believes her husband will lose his livelihood when mines close shafts because of the strike. It has a duty to young South Africans looking for a job who will not find one because investors choose to go elsewhere rather than put their money in South Africa. It has a duty to the people who used to work at each one of those 128 businesses in Rustenburg. Each one had employees and owners. Each one of those people had hopes and dreams which have been shattered because this government set up a labor system that benefited its political allies and cronies in COSATU, but at the cost of democracy and free decision-making in labor. Mining is not a game that can be played by the political elite for their own enrichment. So many of our people stand to keep or get jobs in the mining and oil and gas industries if those sectors are allowed to grow. But they will not grow until there's money to grow them. That money can only come from government, which doesn't have it, or from investors who will not risk their own money while government seems intent on taking it away from them. So the philosophy espoused in the Sims document is a dead end. Every time this government talks about greater state involvement in the economy, I think of public hospitals, public schools, and the Department of Housing. The state runs all three, and the services offered are appalling. Anybody who can afford to will have nothing to do with any of those state-run organizations and will go elsewhere. Certainly people in this House do. If there's more state involvement, that'll happen in mining too. But Sims is not the only plan the government has in its arsenal. It also has the National Development Plan, which does offer another path, and it is a path of growth. Growth from a labor regime that is properly democratic and balanced between the needs of job creators and workers. Growth brought about by clear legislation, which provides incentives that will bring the money for development that we need. There's so much talk about the NDP, and yet in this House is passed bill after bill after bill, which directly contradicts the NDP. The MPRDA is one of those bills. And one starts to wonder whether the government is really committed to the National Development Plan at all, or whether it's just an exercise in smoke and mirrors designed to give them an easy ride while they pursue other ideas. But I do believe the NDP could be one of the answers to our problems. It could bring us jobs, and if it brought us jobs, that would mean that people, all the people of this country, could share in the country's mineral wealth, not just the connected few.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Rema Humapil, the Premier of Northwest, the new Premier of Northwest.
Motlotlegi motlatsa Musa Khotla e re ke tswe tshonwe go go dumedisa ke be ke dumedise le motlotlegi mo president wa rona Ntate Jacob Zuma ke dumedisa le wena motlotlegi motlatsa mo president Ntate Cyril Ramaphosa le lona lotlhe batlotlegi ba ileng karolo ya khuduthamaga ya rona ya tsamaiso ya puso mo nageng ya rona ya Afrika Borwa le lona lotlhe batlotlegi ka kwano le ba basha lotlhe ke a le dumedisa mo boemong jwa kgotla bo setšhaba ya ka kwano mo nageng ya rona ya Afrika Borwa. Se sengwe sa dilo seo re tshwanetseng ra se ithuta jaaka baemedi ba bo setšhaba ke gore re tshwanetse ra ruta batho dilo tseo re kopanang le tsona mo matshelong a rona. Jaanong re na le bothata ba gore go na le bo silakgaka senwamoro mo nageng ya rona. Bo silakgaka senwamoro ba re ba rata Re Mandela mme ga ba rata African National Congress. Jaanong rena ba re makatsa ka gore Re Mandela ke ngwana African National Congress, o goletse mo African National Congress, ya motisa ya monatlafatsa a nna moeteledipele wa makgonte wa lefatshe lotlhe. Jaanong batho bao ke dilakgaka dinwamoro ka Setswana. They don't like the ANC, but they like Nelson Mandela. It's hypocrisy to the extreme. Batho ba leka dilo tse di sa kgonegeng sa go leka gore they can separate oxygen from water. Ka go batla go tsa Re Mandela ba montsha mo African National Congress. However, we understand as the African National Congress that we don't only lead our supporters and members of the African National Congress, we lead all members of society. Mandela is an expression of the revolution pursued by the African National Congress. Therefore, we thank him for continuing in his deeds and his conduct to educate on behalf of the ANC the rest of society. Re na le mathata mo president wa rona gore re na le bana ba ileng diganana mo nageng ya rona. Diganana tse ke bana ba ba sa godisiwang sentle,
6 minutes.
bao ba sa retse molao wa batsadi, mme bana ba ke mathata a rona jaaka bagolo. Ke ne ke re bana ba re hantse ba dira boganana jwa bona mo nageng ya rona le mo parlamenteng e tlotlegang ye, le ba itshokela ka ntlha gore boganana ke nngwe ya ditiro tse di tshwantseng ra itepatepanya le tsona. Re tshwanetse gape ra leka go thusa ra ruta batho gore kana democracy ra gore o rata kapa o sa rate, ga gona le bao ba tlhophilweng gore ba go etelle pele, la o ka tlhatsa le tlhatsa ba tla go etella pele. Now the people of South Africa decided that they are going to be led by the African National Congress through democratic processes. So those who either like or do not like the African National Congress for their own reasons, the people have chosen the ANC, and the people shall be led by the ANC. And moreover again, for the future to come, the people will be led by the African National Congress. President Negroska ba tshwengwa ke batho ba lalang ba lora ba pitika mo dikobong gore tsatsi lengwe ba ipona ekete ba ka etella pele naga ya rona pele. Ga go kitla go bo go kgonega gore ke ditoro tseo di sekang di be di diragala ka ntlha gore baagi ba rona ba itse gore mokgatlho wa bona wa ANC ko ona fela mokgatlho o ka netefatsang gore matshelo a bona a tokafala. Jaanong ba letlelesega mo demokrasing gore gona o ka lora wa lala o lora o ipona ekete o tautona o presidente a naga mme selo seo se sa kgonege. Now we must allow them to continue to dream. The dreams will never materialize. I must say, President, on behalf of the NCOP, that we represent the frontline troopers who are ready to implement your line of march, of making sure that we build on the foundation of bettering the lives of our people since 1994. We are ready to continue to communicate a message that nobody can oppose, that the life expectancy of people in South Africa is increased from 56.5% in 2009 to 60% in 2011. Numbers don't lie. And this did not happen by accident. It's because the African National Congress is changing the lives of our people. We are ready, President, as frontline troopers of the revolution to make sure that we support the advanced idea of changing society. Now, one of the most advanced ideas of changing society happened under your leadership. That is the National Development Plan. People are opposing the National Development Plan because they don't want you to express your visionary leadership as a leader of this country. So you must continue to lead our people in line with the National Development Plan, because you come from a leadership collective of the African National Congress that understands what revolution is about. We also, President, are ready to implement the programs as you have outlined them yesterday, the intentions of making sure that by 2030 we have achieved the objectives of the National Development Plan. In this journey of implementing the National Development Plan, those who don't want the National Development Plan to succeed, but because we are resolute in our approach, we will succeed in that regard. Because, President, we come from an organization that is humble, an organization that is able to accept the challenges and how it's going to deal with the challenges. You did indicate that the economy grew below potential over the last 3 years. That represents the humbleness of the African National Congress, because we don't want to deceive our people. And our people knows that working together with their movement, the African National Congress, they will be able to overcome this challenge of making sure that we turn the economy around. It will not matter, President, no matter the good plans that you come up with on behalf of the ANC, no matter the visionary leadership that you will continue to provide in the country, there will be those who will oppose to whatever idea that you come up with. But know that the people of South Africa supports you. Know that the people of South Africa supports the African National Congress. We are encouraged by the ideas you presented yesterday, which among other things include the fact that we will take advantage of the wind, the soil, and the biomass that is there, out there, to make sure that we exploit to advanced technology around calming the problems of electricity down. We are also encouraged by the fact that we indicated without any ambiguity that there will be 5 years investment of 1 trillion in new infrastructure. Now, if that is not radicalism to the extreme, then I don't know what is radicalism. Because it can only be radical that you have a government that is committed to make sure that it invests 1 trillion in infrastructure as part of bettering the lives of our people. We have also, President, indicated yesterday that as part of building the necessary infrastructure for our country, there will be an investment of 847 billion on behalf of our people to better the lives of our people, as we have already indicated. It's not everybody who will agree, President, that you must hold ministers accountable because they want government to fail. So that accountability by the ministers, we support it. You must remain resolute on it, because you are there to make sure that you steer the ship towards the right direction in the country. We are impressed, President, by what you indicated yesterday, to say that it is unprecedented in the country that there will be a building of the 60 Mierka dishes in this particular country, and this represents radicalism, which we have been talking about. And those who don't understand what radicalism means, they must rather go and revise the speech that you presented yesterday. We are also encouraged by the fact that this radicalism that you spoke about, President, will include the expansion, the modernization of broadband and digital broadcasting, so that the masses of our people can access everything that relates to communication and broadcasting. The promotion of 75% of buying of local goods will definitely grow the local economy. This is part of the radicalism that you spoke about, President, and we support it. SMME development is an important part of the economy. And we support President without winking an eye the decision to appoint a minister just responsible for this task, because it's an important task of making sure that we change the lives of our people. Rona re a itse gore bagodi ba rona ba godisitse bana ba bona ka go rekisa magwenya. Ra itse gore ba godisitse bana ba bona ka go rekisa go di-taxi renkeng. Mare ge o sa golela o godisiwa ka magwenya ke mme wa goletseng go taxi renkeng a netefatsa gore bana ba gagwe ba nna le botshelo bo bo botoka. Ga o kitla o tlhaloganya this important and vast idea of making sure that we establish a ministry that only focuses on SMMEs. But we will continue to educate, because we are a patient organization, those who find it difficult to understand some of the things we are pursuing. The fact that a record high of 9.6 million people came to South Africa is an indication that people love this country. Now, they can't love this country by mistake. They are coming to South Africa, they love it because the situation is improving. They like what they see in South Africa. They like the weather. They like the warmth of the people. They like the services that they get. If it was not the case, this 9.6 million people will have chosen another country. That's why they came to South Africa. Their heads are working well. That's why they come to this country. We must also continue to patiently educate.
Deputy Speaker.
We must also continue to
to
educate.
Honorable member, just hold on.
Deputy Speaker, would the Premier of the Northwest take a question about the political mess in Clockway?
Will you,
I have an email, it can be sent. Next week, I'll look at the question.
Proceed.
We must also indicate that we are pursuing a mixed economic system as a developmental state in this country. Now, it can't be that people stand up and say the government cannot intervene in as far as the issues of jobs are concerned. We will make sure that we create the necessary conducive conditions for employment and the growth of the economy, but at the same time, we'll make sure as a developmental state that there's creation of jobs in this particular country. Let me also indicate, honorable members, gore go na le bothata jwa batho ba ileng gore ke botlhogonyana mo imele ga ba tlhaloganye yaanong re kopa re lona ba le dira le bona ka kwano le tswelleng go ba nnela pelotele le ba rute ka gore batho ba ba bašwa ka kwano ba le ska la ba fela pelo ba tla dira dilo tse di makatsa mme di ska di a le makatsa le tswele le ba nnele pelotele le ba rute sekai ke gore they call themselves Democrats. There's a democratic process set by this government in place to deal with issues that relate to Nkandla. They don't want to allow that process to go on unhindered until it comes to its logical conclusion. And I must say to them, they will have to live with the outcomes of that democratic process. Kwa bofelong ne re leboge on behalf of the NCOP gore go na le history e diragetse mo letsatsi la gompieno ya go re tsaya karolo in these debates which are important as part of entrenching and growing democracy in this particular country. President, I must say to you and the rest of the collective challenges are necessary platforms for success. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Andile Mkritama, Teta Natiba.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker, the Commander-in-Chief, honorable members. I ke tlhaloganya gore re fetsang go bua fa the honorable wa bo Bokone Bophirima ba mmitsa Jesus Christ ko tlhaganteng. And I'm not going to go there, but I think let's just deal with this. Honorable Sisulu, and I'm going to try to say this with the best respect that I can master. There is nothing that our president, Honorable Jacob Zuma, can say or think that can possibly fly above the head of the commander-in-chief. I say this with all the respect that I can master. I also want to say that we are not interested in the ongoing howling here. We're interested in setting a national agenda. And that agenda has to go against an alliance against the people which we have witnessed in the past 20 years.
Yes, what are you raising on, member? Yes.
No, thank you very much, Chair.
Yeah?
It's a pity we are disadvantaged here as the NCUP and we cannot rise on orders and so. But insofar as the word commander-in-chief in this institution is concerned, a reference therefore would only make sense if it is referred to the President of the Republic.
Okay, honorable member, we will check that. Yeah, thank you.
No problem. Let us do this. Let us deal with the alliance against the people. We are shocked when we see that both the ANC and the DA agree on the capitalist national development plan. We are shocked when we see the ANC and the DA agree on labor brokers. We are shocked when we see the ANC and the DA agree that workers' wages must be kept low because they believe that it is the only way to attract foreign investors. The DA and the ANC agree that mines must remain in the hands of multinationals. The DA and the ANC both provide open toilets for our people. The DA and the ANC agree that land should continue to be owned by a few white people.
Deputy Speaker.
Yes, sir. Honorable member.
On a point of order, there is no agreement on all these issues raised between the DA and the ANC. None whatsoever.
Okay.
It can't be found anywhere. Deputy Speaker, thank you very much.
All right, it's not a point of order. Okay, proceed, honorable member.
Deputy Speaker, I think this point of order are eating on my time. This is absolutely not true. The DA, the whole day, if the ANC and the DA, in the ANC in particular, does not agree with the DA, then there is a gift. There is a gift that we want to give you. I spoke to the commander-in-chief, or I spoke to the Honorable Malema. I spoke to Honorable Malema.
Deputy
Here
Speaker,
is the gift.
Deputy Speaker, point of order again. There is one commander-in-chief, and that is the President of the Republic.
Okay, honorable members. Honorable members.
There is a gift that that has been given by Honorable Malema to the ruling party. This gift is this. Here is a 2/3 majority required to change the constitution, particularly the property clause, to make sure that we are able to take land and distribute to our people without paying a cent.
Point of order, Deputy Speaker.
This gift.
Sorry,
Point of order, Deputy Speaker.
yes, honorable member.
Deputy Speaker, I would like to urge you to request members of the EFF not to, whistle inside the House.
Thank you.
It is unparliamentary.
I am speaking.
Honorable.
Unfortunately, this gift is a gift that I was going to say to you. Don't undermine it. Don't belittle it. Take it, because this is the only way we can return the land stolen of our people. That's the only way we can make sure that there's dignity for our people. This is a gift from this party, an important party that is here today in the House. But you'll not understand this. All of us, there's national consensus. Land in South Africa is stolen property. There's national consensus that there is no land reform in South Africa. After 20 years, only 8% of the land has been bought back by 50 billion rand. We are buying stolen property. We are involved as this house. We as black people should not be debating about this issue. We should be agreeing. Our land is stolen. Our land should not be bought back. our land must be redistributed by our people. Farm workers remain slaves in this country. They're everywhere. We say as EFF,
Honorable Member.
let us pay them 5,000 minimum wage. Let us give them land. But you have heard, we gave you
Honorable
a gift.
Member, your
You
time
must
has
take
expired. No, honorable members, you can't whistle in the house. Interject, be happy, but don't whistle in the house. It's unparliamentary, honorable members. Don't do that. Honorable
Order, Deputy Speaker.
Yeah. Yes.
You're repeating the mistake made by the honorable member from the ANC that side that it's EFF members of parliament who are whistling. It's not them.
No.
Which member of the EFF whistled?
No, but
who exactly whistled? So please do not jump into wrong conclusions. None of us did so.
Honorable Shibabo.
We are not intimidated by this thing that is happening.
Honorable
We don't know what is
Shibabo.
happening, really. Please.
Honorable members, allow the Deputy Speaker to do his job. Honorable members, I said honorable members don't whistle in the house. I didn't mention any party. So please,
Chair,
you
must call Honorable Jackson Mutembu to order. Because Jackson Mutembu makes a serious allegation that we are whistling here. And we are not whistling.
Honorable Malema.
Jackson Mutembu makes an allegation that the EFF is whistling. And we are not whistling. So you must call Jackson to order, please.
Honorable Malema, he is Honorable Jackson Mutembu.
Honorable Jackson.
Honorable members, do not make the House impossible to run. Let's allow Honorable Hickson to speak.
Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Unless we allow the decorum of the House to be observed, we will not be able to do a good job of this debate. Let's not divert. Let's focus on the substance of the debate, and if there are any interjections, let them be useful and quiet if they can be. Please, let's not do that. Let's allow the debate to proceed, honorable members.
Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Yes, honorable member.
I don't want to describe the physique of a person, but there is an honorable member with a Scotch jacket. And if that honorable member belongs to EFF, he's whistling the whole day in this parliament.
Okay, listen, honorable minister, please, we've made the ruling. Honorable member,
Deputy Speaker,
let us desist from
can
doing
I
that.
rise on a point of order to the Honorable? Can you run the tape and see who was whistling and hear who was whistling? There should be tapes. He was not whistling, my Honorable member. Thank you.
Deputy Chair, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Yes, honorable member.
I rise to call for calm in the House. And secondly, let members of the ruling party not provoke us into offering what the Honorable Zokwan offered to do when he said we'll march naked. We don't want to offer that here. Can you please call them on order and to be calm? Thank you.
Honorable members. Honorable members. The House will be in order. Let's proceed. Let's proceed, honorable member. No, don't do that. Don't do that. Go ahead, Ndati.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker and Honorable President. Sir, this debate takes place at an urgent time for South Africa. We don't know yet whether our economy will formally enter recession, although it seems likely, but that is hardly the point. The point is that all of this means ordinary people are suffering.
and our country's long-term potential is being persistently undermined. We cannot begin to overcome poverty and our social challenges if we are stuck in a low-growth, no-jobs quagmire. That is why last night's speech, Honourable President, was such an opportunity, and why, frankly, it was such a deep disappointment. Mr. President, it's not as if you had no warning. You had ample time to enact the radical transformation you speak of. You saw the strikes, the social unrest, the calls for reform growing louder and louder in each of the years of your first term. But you did nothing. You dithered on the youth wage subsidy for 3 years while the DA implemented it in year 1. And you have let Medupi run 4 years late and counting. In nearly every area of service delivery and policy, there is simply a giant schism between what this president says and what his government does. And, Honourable Deputy Speaker, that continued this morning. The Honourable Khadebe started by blaming everything on external factors. He would have us believe that our current crisis is purely the result of the global recession. But, Honourable Minister, that's simply not an adequate explanation. Nearly all of our competitors are growing much faster than us. Peru at 5.8%, Malaysia 4.8%, Chile 4.1%, and Nigeria 7%. He took no responsibility for the policy uncertainty, corruption, and chronic delivery failure that has led to this crisis. Minister, you cannot fix a problem if you can't even diagnose it properly. The global recession may have slowed our growth, but it did not put it into the reverse gear. Your government did that. You made a fascinating comment about your government wanting to expand the bourgeoisie. I wonder whether the next speaker, the Honourable Davies, and his fellow SACP colleagues want to comment on what they think about an expanding bourgeoisie. I see the Honourable Cronin is back in the House. Then there was the strong language from the Honourable Karim, who promised decisive action and a new determination, specifically mentioning infrastructure. Well, why not start with the radical step, the truly radical step of simply spending the budgets you have? If you had spent your budgets, we'd be able to spend an additional 161 billion rand on infrastructure, but you haven't. If you want to do something radical, Honourable Minister Zulu, the new minister in cabinet, congratulations, get your colleagues to pay the small businesses and contractors on time. Every single department in this government, bar one, pays late. Some take as long as a year. Honourable Machecha's department, for example. The only thing radical about that is radical incompetence. Honourable Kubai, I'm afraid to say I had a whole blank page waiting for you to say something worth responding to, and it's still blank. Then we come to the Honourable Sisulu. After her speech, one was left wondering whether the ANC hadn't sacked the wrong Sisulu. You spoke about the ANC's mandate, Honourable Minister, but I would not be so confident if I was you. The ANC has just had its worst electoral performance ever. You are right on the edge in at least two additional metros, and you have got no reason to be pleased with the result in Gauteng. In fact, deeply worried. And an Honourable Premier of the Northwest Province, thank you for that speech, but really I would not be so as confident as you came across with only 51% of the vote in Tlokwe, where you had to fire half your party just to stay in government because they kept voting for the DA. Minister Sisulu, you said a lot about the DA's government. Let me remind you that the Western Cape has the highest access to basic services for the poor in the entire country. And we pay 100% of contractors within 30 days all of the time. Minister, just before you ask me a question, just listen to this point. When you were the
point
last...
of order, I will not be told by him when to ask a question.
On what point are you rising, Minister?
I'm rising on a point of order of the member misleading the House. Additionally, he cannot stand in the podium and point fingers at members. It is completely unacceptable.
Honourable members, let's go on. Go ahead, Honourable Member.
Minister.
Honourable members, keep your voices lower, please. Go ahead.
Minister, when you were last the Minister of Housing, you promised to eradicate informal settlements by 2014. Well, here we are. And in this House, you dare to bring up Luandle. You dare to bring it up. You should be ashamed. It is only the city of Cape Town who has done anything for the people of Luandle. All you did was appoint another committee to study the problem, headed by another cadre looking for work after being fired by the ANC. The only question you need to answer is which minister in your own cabinet gave the specific instruction to evict those people on a Sunday in the pouring rain. You spoke about the
Honourable
Joburg billing
Deputy
crisis.
Speaker, I have a question to ask the Honourable Member.
Yes, Minister, your question.
The Honourable Member keeps on referring to the city of Cape Town. How many black people live in the city of Cape Town?
Several million. I don't have a number, but that's a silly question. The Minister spoke about the Joburg billing crisis. The mayor who told us just a few years ago that, quote, there is no crisis, is now sitting in these benches. I wonder what he has to say about what the President said last night about Johannesburg. Mr. President, your main job in this term is to bridge the divide between plans and action. If you fail, that will be your legacy and the legacy of your party. The people of South Africa and history will never forgive you. Thank you.
Honorable Rob Davis, Minister of Trade and Industry. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Mr. President, there's been a fair amount of confusion in this debate about the meaning of the main theme that you raised in your speech last night, radical economic transformation. And I think there have been a couple of really glaring examples in this debate about what radical economic transformation definitely is not about. Now, I want to give those two examples to begin with. The first is radical is definitely not doing what the Honourable Mayamani did, and that is calling for bold new ideas and then trotting out tired old cliches. Because that's what he did. He said that what we need is we simply need to repeal some of the legislation that the DA didn't like, and then that was added to by the Honourable Wilmot James, who complained about the components of the New Growth Path and IPAP and the infrastructure program as being too statist. Well, I think we need to ask, if that is the case, why is it that when business process service incentives are deployed to support the rollout of business process service centres in the Western Cape, or when the state-owned Industrial Development Corporation rolls out incentives to support green industries in the Western Cape, or when tariffs are introduced and rebate schemes are introduced and tax incentives are given to support, for example, the rollout of television manufacturing in the Western Cape. Why is it that when all these things happen with the statist policies, it's the Western Cape government that's the first to try to claim the credit for these? Why is that the case? And I think that we should not take too seriously the claims made that the DA and the Western Cape are all about supporting small business. The Honourable Minister Zulu made the point. The DA closed down every single red door business support service in the Western Cape, and we had to reopen them as cedar centres. We had to run to stay still because the DA took us back. That's one example. And what about the claims about red tape? Well, go and ask traders in Mitchell's Plain or other parts of the Cape Flats. Are they allowed to trade under the regulations of this city in areas that are economically lucrative, let alone coming to the centre of town and trade? No, red tape reduction is actually more of a myth than a reality. So, I think that's one example. The other example, I think, is a bunch of well-known bon vivants and playboys who have been known for acquiring their clothing in some of the most upmarket boutiques in this country, putting on workers' clothes and coming to Parliament as though this was some sort of fancy dress party. That's not radicalism. And then we heard a lot of drama, this self-styled commander-in-chief, a lot of drama, coming in here, giving his first speech, shaking up Parliament. What did he do? He walked in here, proclaimed that he was the champion of the downtrodden, the oppressed, the working class of the country. And what was the first issue he raised? The PARMED medical scheme. I think the word for this is anticlimax. So, President, what then is radical economic transformation? I think we can do worse. We can do worse than looking at the Oxford English Dictionary definition of radical. And it tells us that radical is relating to or affecting the fundamental nature of something. It is about far-reaching and thorough actions characterized by a departure from tradition, innovative or progressive. That's what radical is about. Now, I think that radical economic transformation in South Africa must mean radical transformation at a number of levels. It must mean radical transformation of the productive structures of our economy. It must mean radical transformation of production relations, less conflictual, characterized by more equitable benefit sharing and by less inequality. It must mean placing job creation at the heart of work programs and promoting a more inclusive, job-rich pattern of growth. And I think, Mr. President, not only in this House, but a number of the commentators have missed the central point that you were making. What you were saying was that only radical economic change that has these characteristics will be capable of pushing back the triple challenges of unemployment, poverty, and inequality. Nothing less will make the grade. That's the point the President's making. If we want 5% growth, we've got to bring about radical change at all of these levels. Our vision and our broad directive compass is the National Development Plan. But within that, we recognize the new growth path, the infrastructure program, and the industrial policy action plan as key components and drivers of taking us where we want to get to. Now, I want to raise in my input just one of those dimensions, changing the productive structure of the economy. What does this mean? Well, the Honourable Karim started to make the point. He pointed out that under colonialism, carried through under apartheid, South Africa was incorporated into the world economy as a producer and exporter of primary products, principally mining commodities. That's what we were incorporated as. And that political economy resulted in drawing large numbers of low-skilled people into basic pick and shovel work in the mining industry. Those people were drawn in not just from South Africa, but from neighboring countries. Now, when Verwoerd famously said, what is the point of teaching a black child mathematics when his horizons are only to be a hewer of wood and a drawer of water? He demonstrated himself to be a racist, an oppressor, but he was not a fool, because the owners and controllers of the economy at that time, that is all they wanted, low-skilled people to do pick and shovel work. Now, the thing is that political economy has entered into deep structural crisis already in the 1970s with the expulsion of large numbers of people from production. We were partially rescued by the fact that we also are not just producers of precious metals like gold and precious commodities like diamonds, those had passed their peak in the 1970s, but also important industrial minerals like platinum, iron ore, and
Honourable
other things.
Deputy Speaker, may I rise to find out from the Honourable Member what he means when he says Verwoerd was not a fool?
Okay, you will have that discussion afterwards. Go ahead, Honourable Member. It's not a point of order.
No, it's not a point of order, but I think I will explain to the honourable member. I said he was an oppressor and a tyrant. He was somebody who acted against the interests of the majority of the population of this country. Clearly that was the case. But he was not a fool when he didn't spend money on education, because the needs of those who owned and controlled the economy at that time was to have large numbers of unskilled people drawn into a migrant labour system. That's what I said. Now, the point I'm making is that even if we take the time when our economy was performing relatively well, even if we take a time when our economy was performing relatively well, just before the onset of the recession in 2009, our consumption-driven sectors were growing twice as fast as our productive sectors. That's mining, agriculture, manufacturing. And what does all this say to us? It says to us that our future has got to be that we move up the value chain, that we industrialize and we reindustrialize our country. Now, that proposition is not just something which is now common cause in South Africa. It's common cause across the African continent. The African continent, leaders of the continent, are saying that future growth in the African continent depends on this continent industrializing. And why? There's some very good reasons. And I think just to give a couple of examples from a recent publication by KPMG entitled Africa Risen, the Blue Sky Continent 2014, KPMG tells us that Africa produces and exports $6 billion worth of coffee. But they go on to say that that coffee is processed, packaged, branded elsewhere, and is sold for $100 billion US. $94 billion is earned outside of the borders of Africa on the basis of products which are produced in Africa. The value chain is outside of our continent. The value-added part of it is located outside of our continent. They give another example. Italy earns more income from the production of jewelry than South Africa does from the production and export of gold. We know that in our own agricultural commodities, even things where there's very little actual real value addition outside, something like 60% of the value chain of table grapes is captured outside of the borders of South Africa. What we need to do is to move up the value chain and industrialize. That is the common destination of the African continent. Now, in the past, at the beginning of the administration, well, let me just pause by saying to the Honourable Hill Lewis that he is convinced that we're going into a recession, but if you look in today's paper, you will see that most commentators think there's only a 30% chance of us going into a recession. That means they think there's a 70% chance that we won't. But we did go into a recession. We went into a recession at the beginning of the first term of President Zuma. That recession was definitely caused by external factors, by the worst global economic crisis at any time since the 1930s, and it has continued to reverberate on this economy as an open trading economy, no question about it. However, the President did not deny that the current problems are problems related to homegrown factors. He did not deny that. In fact, he highlighted two of the matters that needed urgent and serious attention on a short-term basis. And those were firstly addressing the issues in the mining industry, not just trying to bash heads together, but actually to address some of the fundamental underlying issues of arising from the migrant labor system, arising from inadequate sharing of the benefits from the resource rents of the platinum sector, addressing things like housing, better income situation for the workers. That was what the President said. That's part of the implementation of the mining accord. The other thing the President said is he highlighted out for special focused attention the production and implementation of an energy plan. Because actually one of the biggest impediments to us transforming our economy is the lack of availability of a supply, an adequate supply of affordable energy in this country. Now, that's notwithstanding the fact that we've done some very, very important work. Medupi is the fourth largest power station project in the world. It's not a small thing. It's not a small thing. And some of the biggest delays have been because the private contractors have not been able to deliver their side of the bargain in terms of the quality of boilers and the like. Those have been the issues. But the point I wanted to make was that at the start of the last administration, in the context of the worst economic crisis, where we lost 1 million jobs, 200,000 of those in manufacturing, we introduced and implemented a succession of industrial policy action plans. These were rolling plans covering the financial year in question on the outer 2 years, introduced every year as action plans, tasks that have to be carried out by different entities within the government. Now, these included a domain of actions. They included mobilizing financial support from public institutions to support manufacturing, learning the lessons of every other country that is industrialized, that private banking systems, and ours was no different, we showed it in the first IPAP, is providing more funding for consumption than it is for investing in the real economy. So we mobilized a set of public institutions, ramped up the work of the IDC, introduced a set of incentives, and sought to try to extract more commitments for a higher quantum of the support programs for manufacturing. Secondly, we adopted a developmental strategic approach to tariff setting, where tariff setting was informed by the needs of industrial development. Thirdly, we introduced localization. We took the bold decision against the vested interests of many from abroad. We took the bold decision that we would, in fact, purchase, both as government and as parastatals, we would purchase according to formulas introduced by designations from local manufactured sources. And we introduced these railway locomotives. We are now producing 1,000 of these in South Africa. Railway wagons and coaches, we are producing 2,500 of these in South Africa. Electricity transmission lines, oral solid dosages, medicines in the public sector, clothing, workwear in public institutions, foodstuffs, and various others. And we have seen that that localization has actually contributed to the revival of a number of industries, and it is for that reason that we have agreed to the aspirational target which was discussed with government, business, and labor of 75% local procurement. We are on target to reach that before the end of this term. The other thing we did was we mobilized a range of other policy tools, including issues of standards, quality assurance, support for firms in terms of export promotion, all sorts of measures of that sort. What do we think that we achieved at the end of the last term? Well, we were quite modest in our assessment. We said that we believed that what we had demonstrated was we had shown that industrial policy works, where we are purposeful, where we are well informed, where we work with key players, and where we implement effectively. We said also that we certainly averted the risk, serious risk, of further deindustrialization that was staring us in the face as a result of the impact of the global economic crisis. And thirdly, we have seen not just stabilization, but actual growth in some industrial subsectors. That is what we've said. But we've said, what we haven't done yet is we haven't sufficiently transformed the character of the productive sectors, and therefore the aim and intention must be in this administration to actually raise the scale and the impact of our industrial policy. What are the elements of that? Well, first of all, the infrastructure program, led and coordinated by the Presidential Infrastructure Coordination Council, is a very, very important driver. The PICC has shown, through this reorganization of our infrastructure program under the PICC, we delivered, as the President said, spent 1 trillion rand on infrastructure. Not budgeted for, not hoped for, but actually spent. And that is more than double the previous record, and that was in the previous administration. That was more than double. The President said in the next 3 years, we will spend more than 800 billion. That means that we are on track to deliver a higher quantum of infrastructure spend in the next, in this administration. But the infrastructure is about providing the things that we need. the ports, the rail, the energy generation, the social infrastructure. But it's also about using the infrastructure program as a tool of industrial development. And here comes the localization, the designations, the support programs, which we have to pursue and continue to pursue. The second thing is that we need to recognize that what we have to do with the mineral wealth that we've got, particularly with the passing of the mineral product super cycle, is we've got to bite this bullet of beneficiation. We've got to add value in this economy. And actually, we've done quite a bit of work on some of the important value chains. We have passed in the last Parliament a special economic zones bill. But we said, let's not wait for the institutions of the special economic zones legislation to come into effect. Let us actually do some work to establish what are potential SEZs. And there are two SEZs that are based on the beneficiation of platinum. And these would do jewelry, catalytic converters, but very excitingly and very importantly, fuel cell technology around small power stations. We have identified private sector players in this country who are interested. We've identified technical support from abroad. We've identified potential foreign investors who are prepared to come here and actually develop fuel cell technology in this country based on a platinum SEZ. What do they need? They need reliable, available quantities of platinum at a sufficiently attractive discount price to support that activity. That's where beneficiation comes in. Secondly, it was already mentioned, we were stuck in the last 5 years on the issue of iron and steel. We were stuck because there were court cases. Those court cases have run their course, and we are now going to reconvene the task force on iron and steel with the intention of ensuring that a proportion of the iron ore that is produced in South Africa is made available at a discounted price to support steel manufacturers who are prepared to price that steel in the bottom quartile of world prices. That is an important piece of work that we have to do, beneficiation. Thirdly, the President mentioned the African continent. He said that we have a significant increase in investment by South African companies on the African continent. He pointed also to the fact that our exports to the African continent were increasing, and those exports have a disproportionate quantum of value-added products. The African continent is important to us. But as I said already, the African continent is also industrializing. They're not just going to be our market, they're also going to be industrializing. So it's a very important piece of work. How do we relocate ourselves and relocate ourselves in the African continent? I think there are a number of pointers. Nigeria is starting a motor sector. If you read the press, you might have thought that the motor industry was about to relocate from South Africa to Nigeria. Not a bit of it. But they are going to start a motor industry. They have been learning from us about our motor program. The quid pro quo we're seeking from them is that the components that will go into the semi-knockdown kits that they will assemble in Nigeria will be manufactured in South Africa. That's what we're looking at. Another example, I went with the President to Ghana and participated in the opening of a factory which is supported by South African investors. It's producing grinding media for the West African mining industry. At the moment, that is imported from South Africa. Now it will be manufactured in Ghana. But the inputs into that will come from South Africa. We need to move up the value chain. There are many, many examples of that, and we need to find our place in the African continent. Then, I think what we need to do is what we've said in the IPAP, a deep dive, granular knowledge development around leading companies that can take our industrial policy further forward. We want to deliver a higher quantum of support to leading companies that can take us a bigger leap forward, and against that higher quantum, we want a greater return in terms of at least three things. The first one will be building industrial capacity, the second one is jobs, and the third one is cooperating to create black industrialists so that the industrial sector actually starts to reflect the demographics of our country. Those are the things that we are wanting to do in industrial policy. But there's also, and I think that sometimes, when people say, the president didn't say that, the president didn't say that, they don't understand what this is about. Minister Khadebi explained it. We have produced, and we are in the process of adopting, a medium-term strategic framework for the life of this government. That is something that covers everything that everybody's mentioned that the president didn't say. The president, in a short speech, can only highlight a few points out of it. It's not that they're not there, it's just that he didn't mention them in the time he had available. But that medium-term strategic framework will include us improving our work on coordination of activities within the productive sectors. We need to go back to mining and back to agriculture and to integrate them into a framework that is also feeding into the Industrial Policy Action Plan. The President mentioned agriculture, 1 million jobs that we can create in agriculture. We can, through a land reform program, not one I think that's dependent on the offer from our friends across the land here, but on the land reform program that has been set out by the Minister of Rural Development and Land Reform. We can achieve land reform and create and establish small-scale farmers in this country who can create employment and also add to food security. But one of the other things is that the relationship between agriculture and agro-processing is something that can drive the agricultural sector further forward. There are many agro-processing investments in South Africa where the percentage of local agricultural inputs is less than 50%. We need to raise that up to much higher levels. And I think that there is a piece of work that's going on in that regard. The other thing is that we have launched and rolled out small-scale mills, which are available to be established, that could be run by cooperatives for that matter, in small towns, that they would provide a facility much more closer to where small farmers are located and provide a product that is available at a cheaper price in local communities. The Mineral Beneficiation Action Plan has been identified as a distinct piece of work, a Mineral Beneficiation Action Plan to be eventually integrated into the IPAP. That will take us into the definition of the different mineral value chains, the work that needs to be done, and the toolbox instruments that we need to apply. Now, I think that we are on a journey. We're on a journey where these radical transformations are absolutely critical and essential.
Honourable Member, wrap up. Wrap up.
Wrap up, thank you very much. Well, I was simply going to say that I read a piece about the Honourable Mayamani describing me as a hollow man. I think he's not the only hollow man today. I think there'll be many hollow men. We don't have to listen and bang the empty drums. I think what we've got to do is we've got a piece of work to do. We know where we're going. I think we need to get on and implement it. Thank you very much.
Honourable members, I just want to draw your attention that some of the members who spoke here did not use all of their times, and they have been negotiating with the desk to add it to the other members. So don't chair when there's a chair here. I just want to alert to you here, Honourable Hills had his 1 more minute because he benefited from one of his members who didn't use it. This is why we gave Honourable Davies the seconds that he had to complete his views. Don't chair when you're not in the chair yet. Your time is coming. Thank you, honourable members. That concludes the business of the day. The joint sitting will resume the debate of the presidents tomorrow.